Yeah, and with that, we will adjourn the retreat. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to wait just a minute for Councilmember to get back from the restroom, and we'll get started here. Apologies for the delay, everyone. I will keep my remarks very brief since we're a little bit behind schedule. Hey, perfect. Well, good morning. I'm used to saying good evening and welcome. Good morning and welcome everybody to the City of Lake Forest Park City Council Retreat for Saturday, February 21st. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We're coming to you live and direct from our friend's place here at the Shoreline Fire Department, where we have held council retreats variously for many, many years. And we thank them for hosting us on this kind of gray and drizzly February day. Well, I'm very excited about the conversations we're going to have today. And let me preface this by saying that the staff and I are here to assist in any way we can, answer questions, support you with anything, get you coffee. I'd be happy to do that if you need it. Each of you are serving your community at a very important time. I'm privileged to have the honor of serving with such a talented, selfless, and dedicated group. I've had a difficult conversation recently with a lifelong resident about his challenges with certain aspects of his business interactions with the city. At the end of the conversation, he asked me, how does it feel to be working with a dream council? And I thought he was referring to a garage band, but I'm assuming he's maybe this body. I was surprised, not because I don't agree with him about the characterization of this group, but surprised that we could have a very challenging conversation and then revert back to the positive and talk productively again about the future. That conversation embodies the Lake Forest Park dialogue. It is okay to disagree with respect, but we always have to remember that we share the same common bond of deeply caring about our community and about the values we share. We all care about the environment. We all care about access to affordable housing and gentle density. We all care about safety on our pathways, sidewalks, and roads. We all care about equity and inclusiveness. And we all care about the physical health and well-being of our small city. Sure, there may be those who do not believe about the same paths towards moving forward, but we will continue to listen and engage and learn with them, just as we will with any neighbor. You all bring different perspectives and opinions to this body. Differing backgrounds and professional experiences will make this council stronger and more robust. I know that every one of you will put aside personal biases and preconceptions, and I know you've checked the egos at the door today. This discussion today will inform and guide the path of the city in the months and years ahead. You all have difficult choices to be made, for sure. Careful consideration of the path forwards towards fiscal sustainability will be overarching everything you discuss and decide to prioritize. I know that at times, given the present political climate in our nation's capital and nationwide, it is easy to have negative thoughts about the path ahead. As my 10-year-old daughter, who inspires much of what I do in this city, said to me last week after a difficult day, "Don't let the grumpy in, Dad." I know the grumpy is difficult to wrangle sometimes, but you all are up to the challenge. We will continue to be a model in the region of civil discussion and won't bow to the weight of unstatesmanlike rancor that has dominated this country. We have a fantastic group of leaders, not just on the council, but local volunteers who are leaders in our community and staff. They're working for you and for the city of Lake Forest Park. We are here to assist you in any way we can. I am hugely optimistic about the opportunities for positive change that our city and we all as its citizens have before us. With this council in support of our very engaged and thoughtful citizens, I know we can move forward with purpose and enrich and enhance the lives of all of our residents. So thank you, everybody. I'm very excited to have this conversation with you. We will stay in the background as a resource, and we have a very brief agenda today. I should say simple, not brief necessarily. We're going to have Deputy Mayor Furutani is going to set the stage and give us some remarks about that and framing. We're then going to talk about projects and financial overview and take a quick break in mid-morning. And then the meat of it, council discussion and strategic framing. Vice Chair Goldman is going to give us some primer questions to facilitate that discussion. And then we'll have a working lunch and carry through. Again, that will be facilitated session by Deputy Mayor Furutani. We will attempt to wrap up around 1 p.m. and adjourn by 1:30. With that, we're already behind schedule considerably, so I will hand it off to Deputy Mayor Furutani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everybody for being here, especially the staff on a Saturday. Really appreciate your presence and your expertise. So as the mayor said, we're all here to basically discuss. This setting gives us a little space to think about the larger picture. We were all elected to represent our city, and we all know various aspects of our city. Nobody knows everything about it, so we come together to share information, to try to work towards a common goal. And I'm really excited to basically meet, find out, why are you here? What is what drives you? What keeps you up at night? What makes you get out of bed in the morning? That kind of stuff, especially about our city. And so we get a chance to talk about this because we don't usually, even in a committee of the whole meeting, we don't get usually a chance to talk about such a broad picture. So just to set the stage then really briefly, you should have in your council packet, in addition to the agenda, you should have, of course, the presentation that we're going to have from City Administrator Hill and Finance Director Vaughn. Also the 6-year general fund financial forecast. And then finally, the just basically give us sort of a framing document, our last retreat, and basically how the goals were set there, or at least what the goals were set. One of the suggestions I got about last year's retreat that I'd like to do this year's retreat is when the council set their priorities for what we were going to work on last year, the goals were great, but they tended to basically kind of fluctuate between extremely lofty goals, like let's say affordable housing, down to basically let's put a crosswalk over here. So there was sort of this mismatch in terms of like the level at which we were looking at. So we're going to try to smooth that out a little bit, not so much basically dive into the weeds that we can if we want to, but try to get to those sort of mid-level goals where they're not so lofty as to be almost meaningless. Affordable housing is a great goal, but how we achieve that, of course, is going to be something we might want to think about articulating, but at the same time not basically get down to we're only going to have this kind of structure on this street, that kind of stuff. So try to hit that middle point, which will help staff basically help us formulate policy. All right, so I think the mayor did a great job of setting the stage for what the rest of the day is going to look like. So I think what I'd ask you to do is, as he said, keep an open mind, and as the presentations are made, I'm at some point going to ask all of you about your priorities that you think the council should work on, and try to think of those kind of mid-level goals that I'm talking about, so that we can all basically support each other in trying to achieve them. And that's really good to our community. So thanks. And we're back on schedule.
Right. You gotta speak for 1 minute.
Okay, why is
Back on. You just need to stay muted.
Yeah, I was hoping I could. Slideshow and I'll sit. You'll have to go from here.
Oh, I see.
I can do it.
And
I'll go sit by a
Microphone.
microphone
Yeah.
so I can be heard. I just want to run it from up there.
Can we run that microphone over there?
Is that one currently active? Because I think that's what usually goes in the. No. Oh, okay. You unplugged it.
Okay.
All right, so
This is really odd to not be able to see.
I can move.
Physically, yes. I think. Is this the one that's being projected in Zoom?
Yes,
Do we want to
Yes.
like close participants and make it bigger, or are we happy with what it is? Do not want to touch it.
Matt can do that,
Matt's the guy.
make it larger. Whole lot larger.
I suppose we can ask Josh.
There you go.
If he can see-
We got it.
if he can see things well.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so before I get started, I just want to thank the entire leadership team for being here. Julie Espinoza, our court administrator, is online. So thanks for spending your Saturday with us. I know it's another day in the work week. And special kudos to Matt and Zoe for getting this set up and running this morning. They were here long before many of us. So, and Lindsay, she's a glutton for punishment. So, I'm gonna walk through some of the current projects, upcoming projects. We're gonna walk through the financial aspect, kind of where we got with the goals from last year. So we'll just go ahead and get started. So if I have the next slide, down arrow.
Down there.
Or forward arrow.
Here goes our-
Side, down on the bar. It's working this morning.
Yay.
Magic touch.
We're gonna catch.
Let's see, are we on? We need to go back a slide. It's. Okay, go, one slide.
It's on the back.
Oh, it's on the back. Hey, it's double-sided. We're saving paper. All right, just walk you through the current projects, give you updates. Please ask questions as I go along. And I'll try and give as much background for our new council members. Sewer lift station, that is a design project currently. That's to replace the two sewer lift stations down on Beach Drive. Replace it with one new lift station. This lift stations currently were built in the 50s, late 50s, early 60s. We're at about 30% design on that project, and Katie and Rebecca are working on putting together the RFQ for the 30 to 100% design. Consor Engineering, who's the engineering group doing preliminary scoping. Anything beyond 30% is outside of their wheelhouse, so we will be putting that out to contract. The roundabout, as you know, we have gone out to bid. We have a contractor that's been awarded to, Johansson Construction, currently working for request for information. Director Dickinson is leading that charge with Mike Reed, our senior project manager, and Katie, as a new project manager, is learning her way through that type of a process. So good learning experience. That is targeted to begin construction sometime this summer, 2026, and it'll go through about most of 2027 as well before that project's wrapped up. The L90 construction, that is the culvert just below what WashDOT did. Goes under, is that 185th? 185th, yes. That's something that's still about 60-70% design. And so we're looking in the next week or so to have a report back from the design engineer where we are with that. As we bring that project forward, obviously that works around fish windows because there'll be work done in the creek. It would potentially start this October, November, just like the WashDOT project did to meet those timelines. Material bins, that is a project. The mayor's laughing because this has been on the CIP for decades. It is a project that's currently under construction up at the shops. And what it is for all the materials that we store, salt and sand, and the waste from the sweeper. This would cover all of that, contain it, direct storm runoff around those materials. That's currently at a standstill. We've had some issues with the way it was contracted, not contracted with the contractor. Some of the materials were improperly ordered and we're at a standstill while we work through those issues. But the goal would be to complete that project this year. And when I have more that I can update you on that, I'll let you know. Stormwater master plan, this is something that was out of the last retreat. This is something that is on the 2026 CIP. That's sitting there currently. As you know, we're changing directors. Director Eaton begins on Monday. And so once she's on board and spooled up, we'll see what the capacity is to fire that project up. One thing I'll give you a quick update on is we are going to keep Director Dick staff as a limited term employee. I'll be bringing something before council here in the next month to set that up, basically finish the projects that she has so much history on. And they're moving at such a fast pace, to dump that on a new director would be very difficult. And that's one thing that we've discussed, I think, in this group many times, is the lack of capacity of project manager level within the engineering department to actually deliver projects. We plan for them, but we have trouble delivering them. We just got Mike Reed on board, who is our senior project manager, who's only 2 or 3 months in, just really getting up to speed. So having her carry over through 2027 is something that we'll be bringing before council. Next slide. NPDES permitting illicit discharge. This is the new stormwater position that council authorized during the last budget. That position has been hired and is continuing to work through permitting, going out on illicit discharge and people dumping something in the storm drain. When we had the overflow with WashDOT and their flooding, they got into the sewer and we had sewer outflow into the creek. Chris was up there on that. Chris has also presented to council in the past on a new program that will run through some funds we have through the Parks Levy, not the Parks Levy, sorry, through stormwater as part of the taxes that you pay on your property. There's a small amount that comes back to the city. This city's been sitting on for 15 years. So we've got a chunk of about $130,000 to do a pilot program where people can convert their runoff into rain gardens, et cetera, within their yards. And so that's something that's still coming forward. I think is actually on your next agenda, some additional discussion. City Hall upgrades, that's something that we began. This came out of the Vaughn cyclone, really identified that City Hall is not where it should be in an emergency. The generator does not provide heat to City Hall. So for those of us who were there every day during, were we out of power 6 or 7 days, it got very cold in City Hall. Very few plugs are wired to that. The transfer switch to the generator went bad when the power came back on. We were running the generator and electricity through it all. Things began to pop and smoke out of the walls. We didn't lose any computers, but we lost lots of power strips.
We got some heat from the outlets.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were
So,
good.
so this is one of the projects that Rebecca would stay on to take forward. She has a lot of experience in HVAC generators, EV charger study, everything that we've talked about, the possibilities at City Hall. Because as we upgrade HVAC, as we look at doing, as we look at the power needs within City Hall and keeping City Hall warm, that's going to inform the transformer that we need from SCL. It's going to inform how large of a generator we need. So that'll be a large study that she will take forward. Lakefront Park, that is under design, currently on hold. As you know, we have a SEPA appeal that begins on Tuesday. It is scheduled to go for through what, the 4th or 5th mark of March?
March 4th, but
March.
we're likely not to.
Not go that long.
4th,
Yeah.
at least.
Yes. So that's on hold, but if things don't get held much longer, the idea is that that will go to construction this year, completion in 2027. And if all the stars align, park will open, we'll have a grand opening, it'll be open for a month or two. Then we'll start digging up Beach Drive and doing a sewer lift station. So, but we won't mesh the two. Speed and safety studies that came out of the last, something we've been doing forever, but something that came out of the last retreat. As you know, we've continued to move those forward. We've done the engineering studies, equity studies that council identified as the first, SR 104 and 522. We've got, the chief is actually running some speed studies of his own with the new trailers that council approved. As we reported, we will bring that data back to council on a path forward, because if you remember, the engineering studies showed a workload that would overwhelm the current staff that we have. So we are confirming and verifying that data and seeing what we really see on the street. So that's coming forward. And then the road overlay project, that was completed in 2025. In 2026, this is up around Horizon View. Rebecca and her team are working with engineers to do design for a walkway on the north side of 201st. Kind of, it changes numbers, but goes all the way up and over to 55th, which over into Kenmore. And so they will design that. This will be similar to what we did on 35th. And what you see up at 40th Place Northeast is the extruded concrete curb, has drainage openings, has spacing for people for garbage cans and parking in and out of their properties. One thing that we ran into on 35th was it was kind of a, this looks good, let's put it here, here, and here, and then we had to redo some of the work. So this will be an actual engineered design to bring that forward. Slides are just flipping through. Yep. BRT permit review. As you remember, I reported to you at the last council meeting. We had a meeting with Sound Transit, their kind of lead engineer for the project. He reported to us that they're in the final acquisition phases and that they will either begin pulling permits as early as April 1st, if those are wrapped up, as late as about July 1st, if it takes a little longer to negotiate those. So something that Director Hoffman is working on is working. We currently have some funding through Sound Transit for review. We've been doing a lot of right-of-way review, things like that. They will also pay for us to spool up because we're going to need outside arborist help to review all of these permits. We're going to need outside planning, development help to review that engineering, because these permits are going to be voluminous. They will be huge permits wrapped together in a package. And then there's also the issues of all the public meetings that Sound Transit needs to do. So we will begin spooling up to look at how to hire staff, limited term employees paid for by Sound Transit to get us through the permitting process. I don't need to say much about the legislature. I think you know what's going on. We track that just as a reminder, refresher. We have a legislative steering committee, which you've seen in the draft of the governance manual. It's the mayor, deputy mayor, vice chair, myself, the finance director, Shelley Helder from GTHG. She is our state lobbyist. We meet, bring the legislative agenda forward to council, you adopt it, and then we go out and work that. And so that is something that every year we're involved in reviewing. Shelley's calling me, what's the city's position? Please review this. I think the other day was brought up about the changes to the new traffic cameras and how they're talking about the change in revenue. I've explained that that would be very detrimental to cities to go to a gross allocation ahead of all the fixed costs, which, you know, we pay Vera the same no matter what. All of our costs are fixed. We've already hired the court staff to run those. We've already hired additional PD staff to take care of those. And so to take 10% of gross revenues instead of 25% net revenues could have a serious swing. The reason that I mentioned the other day that we won't worry about it just yet, there's some wrangling going on in the back rooms of the legislature that may change. So what's that? Oh, Josh. So.
Hi, just while you were mentioning the BRT project, I have heard from other cities that their invitations went out for the groundbreaking in Kenmore in a week or so.
Next week. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And that groundbreaking is because they've already awarded contracts in Kenmore and in Shoreline. So yeah, it's ahead of them awarding any contracts in Lake Forest Park, but they're going to kick the project off because they got work beginning.
Yeah, have those circulated here, or did we get invitations, or is that still?
I've just received notice from Sound Transit that it was happening.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I haven't seen any official
I received
invitations?
an invitation, Josh, and it's gonna be held at the ostensibly the former Jiffy Lube, I think it is, or whatever the oil change place on the
Yeah,
corner down
Jiffy
here.
Lube.
And I don't recall the date. I was thinking it was the 27th, but maybe it's Saturday the 28th. So, but I can sort of send it out. I think it was fairly limited in terms of, yeah, I'm not even sure. That may have been through AWC or through somebody else that sent it out too. So, but happy to.
All right.
You bet.
Biennial budget, the reason I threw this on here is just to make council aware that while you won't see the biennial budget until the first meeting in September, Director Vaughn's call for or budget call letter goes out in June. So the staff will begin working on budgets in June. We work through the summer to put that together. We hope to take a little less time in August with that. And then the mayor will present the mayor's proposed budget to you in September. And the process that we go through is department directors tell us what your absolute needs are. And then in a separate list, you can put your wants, but knowing our financial situation, certainly in this budget that we have right now, it was needs only. And then as you saw in the mid-biennial, it was your needs only, and then we cut from there. And so hence, we'll talk later about what that meant when we did our mid-biennial budget, but you saw the numbers. And then Brookside and LFP elementary pathway design, that is on the 2026 CIP. This is out of the Safe Streets study. That is something that I will be speaking with Director Heaton when she comes on board. That was planned once we had our senior project manager on, but we've already overwhelmed him with an immense amount of work. So that's another reason to keep Rebecca for a while.
Just a quick comment on point. I received an email last fall from a father whose child attended Brookside Elementary, who is now, I think his child is now in his 30s, but they were talking about how when his son was at Brookside Elementary, they were talking about this project. So this is one that goes back generations, not unlike the material bin covers.
Yeah.
Or the lift station for that matter.
And the one thing I can say to the Brookside part, and this is how this process will go once we get staff spooled up and start moving this forward, is it will start with concepts, you know, like 10% conceptual. What could we do? What are anticipated costs? Because you've got a creek that comes underneath through that area. And I walk that on occasion. The road is not in good shape. It seems to be sloughing towards the creek on the east side. So there's going to be, it's not going to be as simple as put down extruded curb and call it a day. So these are going to be larger projects, but this will start with concepts that will be presented to council, and then we'll move this forward. Yeah, Larry.
Is Briarcrest Elementary included? Because while the elementary school itself is in Shoreline, the walk shed does include the Briarcrest neighborhood in LP.
Yeah, Briarcrest was a separate, and we've got a slide later on that shows the Safe Streets recommendations. It was called out as a separate project. It could be tied into this if council wanted to do all three schools at once. It's not set in stone that this is how we go forward. This was just out of our last retreat's discussion.
It's a question about the RT permitting. With the additional staff that will be needed, the staff costs would be covered by Sound Transit. But if we were to have to find lease space to house these people, would that also be something that would be covered in that?
Yeah, but I think what we would do, so if you remember, we have a very experienced land use planner, David Greetham, who is under contract through Mark's department, who is doing some very large projects. We've brought him on board through the professional services side of things and community development. He works from home. And so I could see that these might be consultants who work out of their own offices. So I don't think we'll run into a space issue.
Okay.
Because we have none.
We have that. I was wondering.
Just kind of stepping into some other things that we have. Just a reminder that we have some interlocal agreements, and there are more. If we talk about PD, we could be here all day. They have many agreements across other jurisdictions, other entities, but these are the big ones that affect council. We have Regional Crisis Response Agency that has a has a board, and then it has an elected officials group, principals assembly. Councilmember Goldman was the initial council member on the principals assembly, is now Councilmember Saunders. When we first were meeting with Racer, the board was meeting every month, sometimes twice a month. I'm your board member, in case I didn't say that. Now we're down to just a few times a year, a budget retreat for Racer, which we've already had our first meeting. And we are now down to, I think we were meeting 4 times a year initially with the principals assembly. And now it's once a year, unless something crops up, and then we'll add a second meeting. So anyway, that's just for you to know. And the reason we've started the Racer the budget retreat now is we have to have that in place so that we can roll that into the budget for council to review as that comes through to you in September. So informs that. The NEMCO ILA, we currently are in a 1 year, kind of going year to year at this point. Originally NEMCO, which is Kevin and North Shore Emergency Management Coalition, that initially was North Shore Utility District, Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, and North Shore Fire. It is now just Kenmore and Lake Forest Park with the lead. We both have about 43% of that cost, and then North Shore Fire is about 16% that they pay into that. Kenmore, last year before Rob, who was the city manager, left, they conducted a study of recommendations. They were looking at doing emergency management on their own, breaking away from NEMCO, as they had discussions with their council and their consultant, members from NEMCO, members from the community. Their council decided that it's best not to go off on their own. So I'm currently meeting with Shoreline city manager and Kenmore city manager, looking at a path forward. Does Shoreline become part of NEMCO? As a larger entity, they would probably take the lead. Currently, Lake Forest Park's fiduciary. Kevin reports to the chief. As a larger city coming in, that would probably mean NEMCO becomes 2 employees instead of 1. So we're talking through that right now. We're going to meet again in June and kind of see where that is. Should it move forward with an ILA, it'd be something similar to like the process we went through Racer, obviously much smaller in scale, but getting together, getting all the attorneys together, and crafting an interlocal agreement and setting some expectations of what each entity expects out of that agreement, so it's measurable. Professionals.
So,
Yes.
I think it may be of interest to council who NEMCO leadership would report to. Would it more than likely be someone at Shoreline if there's a lead entity?
That's a good question. I mean, currently, Kevin reports to us and Kenmore, but primarily to the chief. I can say that we have a better relationship with NEMCO. Kevin is invited to every leadership team meeting that we have. That has not been the case with Kenmore. There's been some personality issues that we need to get beyond. So the question will be, as we put the ILA together, is it a single point of contact or is it a point of contact to a board? And I would think point of contact to the board would be more appropriate.
More like, okay.
Kind of like Racer.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. Professional services RFQs. This is something that we really want to get done. We've had the same engineering firms on for probably a decade, and COVID happened and consultants lost talented staff. Some consultants went out of business, others combined, and it's time for us to put out RFQs and make sure our needs are met and that we're getting what we need. I don't speak out of school, but I think that we could do better in some places. So
this would primarily be our existing consultant.
Yeah, it's our engineers, like the engineers that are doing the roundabout. We've had them forever. Engineers that do some other reviews for us, we've had forever. It's time to go back out, and it's good practice. You shouldn't keep the same consultant forever. They get too comfortable.
Yeah, I think on point, it is, once again, this is a situation where these are very specific sets of skills that we cannot afford in-house, and it would not benefit the community to have those in-house. And so we depend on the expertise of contracting firms to work with us, particularly on engineering. And I think that there definitely, it's always a good business practice to re-examine our relationships to make sure that we're getting the best value that we possibly can and the expertise that we need. We've had those two issues, both the value and the expertise has been sometimes less than we would have expected prior to COVID, for example. And so I think we can do, in many cases, we'll end up staying with the same firm potentially if things turn out well, but there's some other things that we need to consider.
And then the last one on this page is solid waste provider. Our contract with Republic is through about March of 2028. So I've begun, Wendy Weicker, who is our representative out of Bellevue, had a meeting with her. She is going to be meeting with at the deputy mayor's meeting. I think I've told council will report back, just kind of seeing where Republic's going in the future. I'm also going to be reaching out to other providers, just figuring out who's in the market. I've heard there's a couple new solid waste providers that are trying to break into this market. So I'll reach out to the cities and just kind of see what kind of response they got from them. I've also heard, everybody loves Recology because Recology has services that they provide that nobody else does. I can report that when this went through the last time and Republic was selected for Lake Forest Park, Recology was unable to respond to the request for proposals because they could not service the city. They did not have the equipment, the small trucks. It was just, and enough trucks. It was just outside of their scope at that time. So I'd like to reach out to them and see if they would even respond for an RFP.
Is there a better way of timing the RFP to allow those smaller solid waste disposal the opportunity to be able to determine whether they can then ramp up to do it versus just saying we're not there and we don't have enough time to be able to say if we could get there? Is there another process we could do?
It's recommended that you go out about 2 years prior to the extension, the end of your contract. We have the opportunity with our contract to do year by year extensions. So if we wanted to kick it out a year or two, we could do that. So it's hard to say. It's like, I'd hate to kick it out just because somebody says, oh yeah, we think we can be there in 2 years, and 2 years later, they're still no closer. This will require a consultant. It's highly recommended that you don't go this one alone because trash is big business and we would get eaten alive on our own. So
I think another factor that stating the obvious here, but it also comes down to a fit for the services and the culture of our community. People are asking to Administrator Hill's comment about the other service, Recology. They have other services that present service cannot provide. And also, gentle reminder for the edification of council members who were not with us at the time, after we signed our contract with our present provider, within 1 year, they came back to us and asked for some changes, and very surprisingly so, they didn't want to adhere to. So that left a little bit of a bitter taste in all of our mouths. And so it is responsible for us to go out and look and see who can provide the best service, the best value for the community.
yeah, and the one thing I can tell you is no matter what, costs are probably going to go up substantially for the end user because we have pushed back so hard. You remember China Sword and the whole issue with recycling at the time. Or providers, and it wasn't just Republic, it was every provider was pushing to change rates so that they weren't losing so much because they couldn't recycle. I see it as a feast or famine. If you're making hand over fist here and for a while you're going to pay a little bit more, why should we renegotiate so you can keep making these really large, I know from the business side, I would do the same thing, but we have pushed back hard several times. And the one thing I've been told is, I think it's because we're a small city, but at the end of the day, it will cost us no matter what. We haven't paid it now, we being the ratepayers in the city, but it will catch up to us just because those costs have gone up extraordinarily. Yeah, Tracy.
And especially since I think many of you know that Cedar Hills landfill is reaching its capacity. And so whether we have to ship it to Northern Oregon via rail or burn it or whatever we do, all the alternatives are more expensive, so.
Okay, now we're gonna hop into just safe streets, and I just threw this in here because we talked about it earlier. This is a study done in what, 2015, 2016?
17.
17? It was before I got here.
Yeah.
Before me.
Decades ago.
Yeah. So there were the two tiers, the highest priorities and then lower priorities. You can tell it's been 10 years and not one of these has been ticked off. And the problem is to get funding, and this question has been asked time and again, why don't you go out for safe routes to schools type of money? You have to have at least 10% design to even compete. You can't just go in and say, we have this great idea for a walkway and get monies. And so when I talk about these two projects, it would be to get with the consultant, have one of our project managers lead it and get us to 10% design, go through, vet the options, and then at least have a rough design or a couple options and some costs so that we can go out and get some funding to move these forward to full design and then start applying for construction dollars. But the one thing, we do have the 002 fund now. These are safe, traffic safety, pedestrian safety. So as long as those keep to produce, these are the types of projects that those dollars would pay for.
And as council, as we talked about before, the O2 fund, one of the primary utilizations for that is this foundational engineering that Administrator Phil was talking about, getting things to 10%. And then we have been, I would say, quite successful for these various capital projects and receiving, applying for and receiving grants, whether it's for environmental purposes, for culvert restoration or habitat restoration, or, there are lots of things that we've been very successful. We love using other people's money for these kinds of things. And with a 30+ year backlog of safe streets type of pedestrian multimodal initiatives that need to be caught up with, we simply can't do it all out of on our nickel. So we're going to leverage the funds that we have, not literally, but we use those funds foundationally to get things to 10% and then try to jumpstart from there.
So I don't know if you have any questions on this list.
I mean, what I find interesting about this list, you said it's 10 years old. Before we even started, I wrote down 4 areas that I heard from neighbors and people when I was out canvassing. Only one of those 4 are on this list. Is this?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
this list like so old that it needs to be revisited? This list tends to concentrate around the town center area and the core of the city and not the extremities of the city.
Yeah, and I think that's a complaint that we hear a lot is stop focusing so much on the town center area. There's
Sure.
more to the city than that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that you could revisit. This was a public process done back in 2015, 2016, 2017. And these were the priorities at the time.
A lot's changed in that period of time, right? Just the existence of mapping apps that drive traffic into parts of our city that didn't exist before, the whole Waze effect. I think it has a profound impact on this. Josh doesn't say that.
Josh?
Yeah, I'll echo that, and certainly there are streets also that are on my list that are not here that I heard from people who lived in it's neighborhood specific, so it's not something that would necessarily pop elsewhere. So having some sort of process, some way to make it easier for people to identify those areas that they're struggling with and show, even if it's, I've in my thinking about this, I have been very much affected by there's the book that Jeanette City-Kahn wrote about the experience in New York City of doing everything from pedestrianizing Times Square to just rearranging particular intersections that were causing problems, just using paint and flower pots, very low cost, feeling like a pilot program, so that you could have a little bit of leeway from neighbors to experiment a little bit. Although it's, the actual planning is there, of course, but that it doesn't feel, it's not as high a barrier to entry to, around Briarcrest, put in some traffic circles or put in something that matches what exists right across the city boundary in Shoreline there, or to do other things to just slow things down where people have identified a problem. And I wonder if there's a way to have that be sort of two tracks of these larger infrastructure scale things that need the 10% design, need a lot of runway to implement, and then maybe smaller things that can be a matter of a flower pot or of changing paint. And I'm especially mindful of that with between the new traffic cameras coming in and construction on Ballinger, construction on Bothell Way, the amount of cut through traffic on streets is going to increase, and it's going to shift even just in the next year or two. And to the degree that we can be nimble about adapting to that and getting ahead of it so that those traffic patterns don't set in, I think that would be great. And so that may be, again, like I'm thinking about that as maybe a separate track of action from, building sidewalks is time intensive and expensive, but putting smaller scale traffic calming in place to address specific community needs may happen faster and then allow us to have enough time to get back to these bigger projects.
Yeah, well, I think it definitely can have two tracks, and you should. And I think that's a discussion we should have with our new public works director. This is something I think you heard through her discussions at council when she was anyway.
Yeah,
approved,
I have a
but
question.
I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, but something certainly we can discuss.
Not really a question. I'm just wondering, is there any consultation with Sound Transit or WashDOT about their plans for traffic mitigations as the projects proceed? Because we're already being squeezed a little bit on 130th and 145th. And then when the roundabout starts and Sound Transit's going on, it's going to really squeeze a lot of, the traffic is going to be forced up the hill probably. So wondering if they have a plan.
When they make application, we'll know that. Yeah, they
Because
will be
there's no plan
required,
now.
they will be required to have a traffic plan for any negative impacts that they have within the city. And that'll be reviewed through engineering, the police department, community development. I mean, we always review those as part of any project. It's just like with the culvert project that WashDOT just did.
How good was that?
They had one, how they implemented it was the problem.
That was the problem.
Yeah.
Well, and I think to Councilman Roseno's comment, this is one of the reasons why in the budget I proposed 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, additional monies into early action investments for traffic calming, for the traffic calming group. Regrettably, because of the capacity of both the engineering side of our team and the engineering side of our consultants, we haven't been able to expend that money really as much as we would like to see. And those monies were very specifically for things like bike lanes, striping, planters. I mean, you, Josh, you and I have talked about this extensively about, the healthy streets, safe streets kind of programs and test driving those. And I think that as we get into, whether there's going to be, we've already been talking about being able to do some striping in advance of the summer months and some other things that really need to take place. 40th place is in desperate need of some additional traffic safety measures. So is even 35th with the issues. Even though that there is an extruded curb there, I was up there last night talking to some residents, and it is at night. That's a challenging road. People drive very, very fast on that road. And I think that there's opportunities for the council and the administration to work on getting some low-hanging fruit implemented. I mean, I'm all for 35th and 40th place being school walk zones, just like 178, because I think that will have a dramatic impact on anybody who cuts through, depending upon the culvert completion as well as the roundabout coming down the line.
Tracy.
So, yeah, thanks. And I should know the answer to this question, but I don't. So I'm looking at the final report that the council adopted in April 2018 for safe streets. And they got tier 1 and tier 2, just like we have here. And yet there are substantive differences between what I'm seeing on the page here and what's in the 2018 report. So has council modified these as time has gone on?
No, in fact, I pulled this straight out of the report. This is
Okay.
just a snip out of the final report that's on file.
Okay, so let me just read off our tier 1 priorities from the 2018 report. So Brookside Elementary safe routes to school, which is still the same. Then 44th Avenue, 178th Street improvements. Then 35th, 40th, to your point, Mayor,
Yeah.
182nd Street traffic calming and street improvements. And then Brookside Boulevard sidewalks and bike lanes. 47th Avenue / 184th Street traffic calming and street improvements. So those are the 5 tier 1s there. And the 4 bottom ones don't line up at all.
My assumption would be that council took the opportunity to rearrange those. I mean, this was a recommendation from the study. They may have had a different thought for the CIP. I don't have that history, so I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
I think
Could you share that
Is
link?
this the
agree
combo?
agree with Deputy Mayor Furutani too. 37th Avenue traffic calming, that actually has variously over years as they've implemented some very,
Yeah.
changes. Some have been positive, some have not worked. I think that
Right.
there's
At the bulb out.
and some, yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I too was thinking about some of the priorities, because I think that there have been several iterations, and I certainly know that the council has had conversations about the priorities going through.
I think I can answer the question. There's actually 2 different safe streets reports. There's the main safe streets report that was adopted July 2017. That has the list that Administrator Hill presented. And then there's a sub-report, Safe Streets Town Center Connections, from April 2018. And those projects are all focused on the town center area. I think that's what Deputy Mayor Furutani just looked at.
I see.
And I think the context there for everybody too was we were right in the throes of the town center code process, and I think there was a big emphasis on making sure that the connectors to the town center were safe because of potential development.
And we had the safe streets and we had the safe highways, and we saw some overlap. And so we, instead of looking at them independently, we asked, let's look at this cohesively. That's what came out of that.
Chief
I think
Harden's got some data.
I don't know if they're able to hear me.
We gotta come up here.
I just want to interject something here historically. This was going on 26, 27, 2018. And when this report came out, there was a lot of stuff going on in the city of why things didn't get done. So 2019, Chief Sutton left, and I came in during that period of time. Frank Zink was basically starting to go out, and then we had COVID hit at 2020. So there was a lot of things that our city was not being able to take care of stuff. Then we started developing this traffic calming program that was around 16, 17, and it was kind of just thrown together. How are we going to try and put this program together? In around 2021, 22, we really started to make processes happen in the traffic calming. So I want you all to understand something. I hear from our community, and I hear from every council member in the past, mayors, we need to put a roundabout here. This street is got cut through traffic. I hear all of these different things, but it's all opinion based, and we need to be data and analytic based. And so we've been trying to do that with traffic calming with our traffic engineer that we contract with. So what we really should look at is our traffic calming data that we have gathered over the last few years is really truly where we're at now. So tomorrow I get a complaint from a citizen that says, we have this problem where we have sightline issues, the signage isn't right. We have that data for the last 6, 7 years. So when you have your studies that are done in 16, 17, 18, and now you're saying things are very different from where they were before, which is true and not true, because they're both, there is a lot of things that are very similar. We need to look at maybe doing another study that we did 16, 17 that takes the current data that we have now and then really lay out a plan. But then on the flip side, we have to have the staffing to do that. I think we're almost there. Mike Reed has been great. Really, really good. Our traffic calming group with Amanda coordinating and starting to build all this data in is getting better and better. But we really need the actual working pieces to work, because there's a lot of talk about this stuff that happened and then not a lot of action that was getting done. And there was a lot of complicated things with COVID, with staffing, with capacity, with funding. There's a lot of things that play into it. So what I don't want this council to do is do the exact same thing we're doing back in 16, 17, all these great ideas, let's get this stuff built. And then we see ourselves 10 years from now, seeing maybe 2 projects done. So just remember that the traffic calming actually has good data, because you have several community members that will say, we got complaints here, or we have one person that complains about this particular area. Or a council member that says, I know there's a problem here. We need to get that data in so that we can use that to actually get things to work. So.
No, it's a point well taken. Since we have those new trailers, I noticed that they were deployed at that problem intersection at 40th and 182nd. And I think it's great that basically we're actually going to get some baseline data. And I also want to call out the chief on a great deployment of it. For the first, I think, week or so, you don't have the sign on, right? So literally it's this white box that people drive by with a blank black screen. The second week, you do turn on the 2 weeks off and 2 weeks on, okay? And so you get the flashing thing, you know, thanks for driving safely, or, you know, speed limit, whatever, right? And you get that whole, what happens when we sign it effect, and you can actually quantify it, which I think is a wonderful thing. Thanks.
Just one last comment. Briarcrest is absolutely a priority too, and that's going to have to be done, of course, in coordination with the Cedar Shoreline. When we were at the National Night Out, Commander Zanella, Commander Adams and I had conversations with people in Briarcrest who went to 2 different National Nights Out, and that has been a perennial problem. It's been a problem since some of us were at Shorecrest. It was, yeah, and it has gotten exacerbated by the fact that roads are more crowded. There's more density in many places, and so we're finding people making mistakes and risking the safety of pedestrians and as well as the kids that are getting to school.
And I will say one of the challenges of that area is because it's both, or all the elementary, the middle school and the high school, it has unique challenges of young ones walking and then teenagers driving. So it has some very unique challenges up in that area that need to be addressed.
And no
We don't
sidewalks.
necessarily, and no sidewalks anywhere.
You have ditches.
We have ditches, even worse. You can't even get off the road. So I know it says Briarcrest Safe Routes to School, but I think it's that whole experience up there that you have walking on any of those roads these days. So.
Okay, well.
And I will just say, part of the reason that I was suggesting something that can be more nimble to at least get things rolling is that there are these areas like that we know are issues, and a comprehensive solution might take longer, but that showing that we are moving on it, especially given that there have been, for good reasons, some of these things have lingered for a while. You know, Safe Streets is coming up on its 10th birthday. Thinking about ways that we can get ahead of that. And I think that it was in maybe the last year's or 2 years ago, the retreat report was having some public process for prioritizing, so that we are ensuring equity among neighborhoods and among affected communities, and that there is something sort of visible for the public, that they see what's happening. Because I think right now it's a little bit of a black box for anyone who's not as attentive to it as those of us here.
And if I may add, with the mayor's push to lower the speed limit, some of our roads aren't designed for the speed limit. So I think it's just really kind of coming to terms that it might be a wider, more spacious road that people feel like they can go 30, 35, but now it's a 25. And so now we have to come back and kind of think about the engineering of these roads. It goes back to what Chief Harden was saying, is like, what is the ideal engineering for this road to encourage the speed limit that we have now? There's a chicken egg issue where we can't design a road for 30 or for 25 miles an hour before it's actually been changed to 25. So now we have to catch up. in a lot
So
of
I
these
want
areas.
to do a time check.
Yeah.
Lindsay, you have 2 minutes.
This isn't her yet.
Oh, okay, not yet, okay.
Not yet.
No, it's Deputy Mayor Furutani, how would you like to proceed? We're scheduled for a break at 10:30.
Oh, I think we can dive into it. Yes.
We're all still here.
Everybody's still awake, so let's go. Because we're gonna talk about money and there is none, so we're done.
It's
No,
crazy.
I just want to remind you, so we're only gonna talk about general fund. Because the other funds, you can change rates and things like that. That's a whole process, and then the 6-year forecast that you have is general fund focus. So just a reminder where your general fund tax sources are. You have your property tax, roughly $3.5 million a year. And every year council can take a 1% increase just by vote of the council, pass it for resolution. So just simple math, that's $35,000 in new revenue every year. I mean, hand over fist, we're solving our issues. Sorry. Sales tax is at 10.4%. The city gets 1.1%. Paula?
So that brings to mind the business licenses for the city, since now even consultants have to charge sales tax. So that means that possibly that there's some revenue the city's not receiving because people don't have their Lake Forest Park business licenses.
That's something we're always chasing through the finance department. We identify businesses will come across through somebody's desk where it's like, I'm not sure you have a business license or a contract that comes in.
But could there be more public outreach as to if you do have a business in Lake Forest Park, and try to do more publication out there, because people, I even talked to Celia and she was business licenses. And so, we're talking about the vendors for example, in all of the markets, and a lot of them are not having Lake Forest Park business licenses.
Yeah.
So it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up on that. I can't answer that today, but I had a
There's
thought.
been a lot of changes. I think the outreach kind of makes
Yeah,
sense.
the point.
Outreach too.
The point about the
Yeah,
outreach
general.
is, I think sadly, we've seen how difficult it is for a city to reach the public. We have our website, which has very little traffic. We hit every social media from Nextdoor to, well, we don't do Twitter anymore, not Twitter.
What about
Yeah,
doing
Twitter.
What about doing a quarterly mailer?
We put stuff in, we put stuff in the utility bills. We put stuff in the newspaper that we send out, the e-news. We do that quite often.
I mean, I know doing a mailer is expensive, but that has been one of the most effective ways to reach people, because people people around town center, they're involved in town center, they come to town center. And so those aren't really the people you're trying to reach the extremities. And really the only way to reach them is with the mailer.
Honestly, it sounds like a discussion to have with Celia on business licenses for their vendors, make sure everybody has one. So, something to look at for sure. Sales tax said 10.4%, the city's portion is 1.1%. So we're just $1.2 million a year in sales tax roughly. So not a big windfall. We don't have a lot of commercial within the city. We have seen upticks in that since it's the point of delivery now with e-commerce. And so that was a benefit to the city, but it doesn't save the day. And then your 3 utility taxes, surface and sewer. Several years ago, council adopted those for the first time at 6%. When you looked at the solid waste utility tax, and that pays for our NPDES, our stormwater position, you went with 10% at that and raised these other 2 to 10%. These all flow into the general fund. But I think you'll hear from the public, it's like, you're taxing me everywhere. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And so it's a problem within the whole state, as you've seen. So this is what flows into your general fund.
Mr. Hill, could you talk about the council's levers that they have?
Well, we're getting there.
Oh,
What levers we have left? We have one lever left, and we're not to that slide yet, but we're gonna hop to the next slide. I should have put those in different order.
I like the drama.
Right?
Oh, here it
We're
is.
building up.
I'm sorry.
Hey, don't look ahead. Come
Here
on.
it is. My apologies.
Investment, this is another one. This is something Director Vaughn brought as a tool with her from past experience. It was something that she was pushing hard for right before COVID hit. Something we put off. We knew we had new council members coming, and then we all regretted it severely because COVID hit and we got 0% on our money, where if we had locked in these investments, our interest earnings wouldn't have been basically zero through COVID. What this is diversifying of our investment portfolio. We, per the policy, staff can invest through the Budget and Finance Committee up to $10 million into municipal bonds. They're 6 years, they're laddered. So I think they ladder there every 6 months.
5 years, every 6 months.
Oh, I read the 6, and so I said 6 years. They're laddered every 6 months. So we stay somewhat liquid. We aren't, beholden to, oh no, we're in dire straits and that bond's not going to mature for 5 more years. So they're laddered to mature every 6 months. And they're, like Lindsay said, they're for 5 years. And the amount invested will reduce as your fund balance reduces. So the target per policy is 50% of anything that we have in fund we put into municipal bonds. The max is 60%. We're right around 50% now. As we continue to draw down our fund balance, the amount that we can invest will go down. Hence, the amount of money that we make will go down. So
I don't want to miss the opportunity to highlight that this has been a very successful program. Thank you, Director Vaughn. We would have been falling behind with our standard investments. That there were some members of our community that were concerned about risk, and I think that multiple years into this program, now the economy has been doing what it's doing, but in an average economy, this is going to be far more successful than if we're staying with extremely conservative investments. We'll actually be losing money because of inflation, and we did lose money because of inflation. So our buying power went down, as well as we lost out on opportunities for additional revenues. The numbers, we won't speak to those now, but it's been quite successful, and the community is going to benefit from that long term.
yeah, and the thing that Lindsay would point out is that this benefits all funds.
It does. It's the only thing we do that finance gets to do revenue wise that benefits all the funds. And it's becoming, my big thing is it's stable and predictable. So I can use hard coded numbers in the budget because I know for a portion of our money, the amount that we're going to be receiving, which makes it a very predictable revenue source, which yes. So that's my side.
And for those online and those who are new, the rest of our dollars are either with a bank or with the local government investment pool, which gives you your standard return on your dollars. LGIP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Savings accounts, so they don't pay really well, and during COVID they paid almost zero.
And you need both. Let me be very
Oh,
clear
yeah.
about that. You always need both. You need the long term and the shorter term liquid. You need you need both to balance.
Next slide to the. So the question always is, as council, what can you do? I mean, you could continue to raise utility taxes. I think that would be very unpopular and wouldn't be in keeping with what's going on in the region. It's much different on the east side. They charge far more than we do, but this revenue will be the last lever as we speak that council could pull, take action, and it's the public safety sales tax of 0.1%. That would bring in roughly $200,000 a year and could go into the general fund to help offset some of the costs related to the police department. To date, we have not brought this before you because, remind me, CJTC stands for Criminal Justice Training Commission, was giving everybody fits. They were saying that because they're the ones implementing this. And what they were saying is, well, that's nice that you as a police department qualify, but you contract with these 3 or 4 jails, they don't qualify. So until they qualify, you can't collect this tax. And so we got over that hurdle, and now we're running into a hurdle with the Attorney General's office. And basically stating that we need to then go and get approval from the federal government before we can. Yeah, you want to hit the details on this one?
Yeah. The where Administrator Hill left it at is Kent and King County sheriffs have been approved, and CJTC has given them the blessing that they have done everything that they needed to do to meet all the requirements. That wasn't the case with what he was talking about with the contracts and the jails and that kind of stuff. Now it's with the AG, and it really is coming down to one particular paragraph, some wording that needs to be worked on, and they're working on that stuff. And I'm sure it's going to be done pretty soon. Where Lake Forest Park is at is I had Commander Adams and myself spend hours making sure that we're ready to go. What I need from our council is, do we go forward with something like this? We'll be prepared for it. One thing I need to let the group know is our PD and Phil, I appreciate all the money, $200,000 PD, but it also includes our prosecutor, defense, let me see where, domestic violence services, behavioral health response, like our RCR, diversion and reentry programs. So it's not just the police department, although it'd be nice to throw in my
Public
budget.
safety.
It's public safety.
Yeah.
So remember, if we start running into problems with our prosecutor and defense in budgets, this money can be used for that. But what our PD has to do is meet specific requirements. One thing that we did note as a possible cost is defensive tactics. We have 2 lead defensive tactics instructors that work in our PD, which is kind of unusual in some cases with small cities. But they have changed the titles and the codes to that instructor model. So we need to know if we still qualify as instructors, because it's been a few years. If we don't, then we need to send 2 instructors to these courses, 40 hours each, 2 courses, and they cost $4,600 in Spokane. So if we need to do this, we're going to end up having to expend some cost that needs to get done this year if we want to get this this tax going. Some of the other ones it's about 10 different things that are policy driven that we can work through. Not a problem there. What we'll need is some of the feedback from the AG's office that we meet what their requirements are, but we're pretty good with all of those different items. This is number 8. It says, except as applies to tribal law enforcement agencies, receive funding from a sales and use tax authorized pursuant to the RCWs before the awarding of the grant. I don't know what that really means. This is a finance question. Has our city done that? So we're still trying to figure out. Yeah. So that is one that we are not sure of. And then your chief of police can't be convicted of a felony or of a gross misdemeanor.
So,
Are you telling me?
Yeah.
That's just a little bit of a joke. But the last one that we did change is we have practices and policies regarding volunteers and our police reserves that we had a long time ago. We had a pretty robust 10 to 12 reserve program. Things have changed over the last several years where we ended up basically saying that the laws right now are saying you can't have somebody that's not paid looking like a police officer.
You might need to expand on what that means. People might not know what a reserve officer is.
A reserve officer is a part-time police officer. That's basically what it is. They went through a certain academy hours, then they do part-time police work. And they have the same powers as a police officer, but they don't have anywhere near the amount of training and experience, but they were still good supplemental help to the officers. And that has gone away because of a lot of different things we don't have time to talk about here. But what is currently happening is this movement of we don't want volunteers to look like police officers. And so part of the AG's offices is we don't have those kind of practices and patterns. So what I did is completely took away reserve officers. We don't have any, we're not going to, they're taken away. So now our volunteer policy is all based on, maybe a polo shirt or something along those lines, but nobody that's paid. So we removed the reserve officers to match our volunteer policy. So at the end of the day, we're ready to go. There's a couple little things that we need to shore up, but I need to know, because this is going to be a lot of work for us. And I don't want to put all this work into it if you say we're not going to do this. So I need a blessing of go forward.
And we're really just waiting for the legislature to clean up this mess.
Yeah,
To come to council and say, do we go for this? Because what it does open up is once you qualify for the sales tax, you can also pursue the grants.
I don't know how many times last year I received the question of why haven't we pulled this lever as a community? And my response was, because the bill is a mess and it needs clarification. Nobody qualifies for it at this point, but now.
Well, so there were several agencies that put in for it. All of them got denied. And then Kent and so there was a lot of negotiating of trying to get things done with CJTC, and Kent and King County finally got, you've completed everything you need to. But then there was one part that the AG is working on in the background to get fixed. When that is fixed, we're ready to go and we'll be good to go.
Tracy, you got it.
And as I recall, the original legislation had a fairly narrow time window that we could act on this, right?
So that, you want to speak about that? Because that's the grant.
So that I think, you might be hearing about the grant, which I think the deadline is in March. But we have, under the way the bill is written, till December 31st of 2026 to implement the tax.
Right.
If we don't.
And if you don't, then bye-bye.
Yeah.
And then it would begin collecting in 2027.
Right.
And so, but then the grant, it has specific deadlines, and that's the one that you're hearing about right now.
That's why you heard about King County and Kent and some of these other agencies are pushing as fast as they could, because they needed to get to the deadline of December 31st of 2025. So they wanted to get it all implemented as quickly as possible last year so that they can get the grants going this period. So the sales tax goes into effect. I don't know if it's January 1st or it's in April, but yeah.
So just to confirm, that would put the sales tax at 10.5.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, and so it'd be 1.2 for the city.
Yes.
Right.
Because we get 1.1 currently.
Yeah.
So with this uncertainty, is there still value in the city getting our application in to at least get in the pipeline versus just kind of sitting back and waiting for like the AG's office to give their blessing?
So, I mean, first of all, there's no application other than for the grants. This would
No.
just be
There is an application. for sales.
application. Oh, for
Yeah.
the sales tax.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. You're right. I would say that we're so close to the legislature ending, that we just make sure it comes out the other end done. Because nobody's ever going to get approval of the federal government in Washington state to implement something. So I think we're just waiting to see. We've got plenty of time before the end of December.
And then as a follow-up, are there specific bills that we should be following at the state that would be fixing this?
I don't think there's.
I don't think so.
I think they're just working behind the scenes either to clarify the existing language. Something may show up. Shelley's watching it, but I don't.
I think Sound Cities Association, Association of Washington Cities, I think are all clarification. It's been discussed amongst the strong mayors group that nobody was eligible. And the other thing is the process, as sometimes is the case, so often the case, the process for applications to owners to comply, that it can be, I mean, it's the classic case of like some federal grants. If it's not six figures, it's probably not worth it toward our city. There were federal grants for that matter.
I do want to recognize the work that the chief has done in preparation for this. I think it's going to help us make a decision once we know what what it looks like when it comes out of the legislature.
Want to take a 5-minute break? We've got a lot to go before the break slide.
Right, because we still have the accomplishments, right?
Oh, and then some other things too. Yes.
Yeah, so let's take a bio break.
Okay.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, real 5 minutes.
It's more of a coffee break.
I know.
There was some. Oh, I see. You turned it on.
No.
Today?
Oh, that's from last year. I was gonna say, why did it say March 1st?
It's because it's the 20th. I talked to Lori's husband. Oh, a couple of weeks ago. He came by. I talked to him about land use stuff. He needs to have more.
Yes. No, I think the sense that he's kind of happy by himself.
Yeah, but I think.
Okay, that was 5 minutes.
He
Sorry.
he did get invigorated, which I think is important for mental
That was 5 minutes.
health.
Of course.
You're official.
I am here.
I see that. I know.
He's here.
It's summer.
He's here.
It's
Present
summer.
and ready.
We're ready.
All right, next slide. Come on, let's go. All right. Just gonna walk really quickly. I just put together a few slides on coming out of the retreat in 2025. Just wanted to highlight a few things that we did accomplish in 2025. But there were many more things, but this is just out of the retreat. So one of the goals at a council was improved mobility and infrastructure. The accomplishments, obviously, the traffic studies and equity reports that we brought forward to council. And as I reported earlier, we're moving forward with those. Lower speed limits throughout the city, those have been implemented. We will continue to pressure WashDOT to lower the speed limit on 522 ahead of the Sound Transit project. They're really, they're not open to discussion on anything right now. They're very hard to get a hold of. So they've gone
Don't
very
worry, the
quiet.
traffic will not be moving fast during the project.
No, but it's moving fast now, and we would
Yeah.
like to see it reduced to 35 because our study completely contradicts, as we knew it would, their study. So their study is not based on good data. So we're working on that, but as you know, we reduced the speeds throughout the city. And then healthy streets. That's unfortunately for the two council members, Goldman and Riddle, that's not moving as quickly as we would like. But we're going to circle around to that once Director Heaton is on board. Councilmember Rosenau has brought forward some questions about shared streets. I've got a report back from Brett, who's our traffic engineer. It is very techy, and so I would like Mike and Nova to dive into that, and then we will have a presentation with them to talk about healthy streets and what that report means, because to Councilmember Riddle's point earlier, we have streets that were designed for one speed, and now we have a speed limit on it, and now we want to say it's a shared use road, and there are, in the engineering world, there's a lot of technical jargon about what you can do, what you can't do, and I would like to have a little more get out of the ether of all of those and see what that really means in application. I think Nova and Mike can get us there. So that is coming. Financial stability, obviously we adopted our 25-26 budget. We've talked about the solid waste utility tax that you established, increase the sewer and surface water utility taxes, all trying to close that gap between revenues and expenditures, the ongoing municipal bond investments, and then something different that doesn't support the general fund is the 002 fund, the traffic safety fund, to support eligible costs. So as we've discussed already, we've pulled every lever that we can pull, and the last one will be what we just discussed. So.
And Bill, to sort of clarify, the 002 fund from the traffic safety cameras didn't really decant a lot of pressure on the general fund. It just gave us additional money to use in a very specific purpose, but did it?
I mean, we have allocated some of those dollars within the general fund where they qualify. So the officers that are doing work, so like Amanda's position is almost entirely paid for by the 002 fund. A portion of the officers, I think, are we at 7%, Chief? 7% of the officers' time is paid for by the 002 fund because that is the time they're spent reviewing traffic camera tickets. And then some of the new positions, and it depends within the courts, there's a percentage paid within the courts for those positions because that is what their work is focused on. So the administration of implementing those can be paid for by those.
But if we weren't to do that, then we wouldn't have that. So there isn't really, I don't remember there being a real.
There wasn't a huge swing and
Yeah.
benefit to the general fund.
Yeah,
but
it
did
just allows
offset
us to
some
do all this
costs.
other stuff.
Yeah,
But
just
everything else
yeah.
increased.
It just
within the general
offsets the
fund,
work.
so it.
The work that we would want to do.
the
for a while.
investment.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, the expansion of the traffic camera program, we have a certain amount of capacity to expand it before we hit our ceiling, and we have to do we're having ongoing discussions about expanding the what we need to make that workflow
How you could.
tenable.
How you. Yes.
There's
The
some economies
administration of it.
Yeah, there's some economies of scale, and we're actually in a better place than I think that our surrounding community. I know we are than our surrounding communities, but they're getting to the place of the contracted courts that they work with can't handle at all the capacity. And actually, pretty much said we're not going to do this, as I understand. So we're thinking about some sort of a partnership so that everybody can benefit from the economies. So we can get the additional cameras in places to help make people safer.
And then, as you saw just recently with the judge's contract, that went up in the hours that she needs, and a portion of that is allocated to the 002 fund. That was called out specifically in her contract for Director Vaughn. When she gets audited on it, it says specifically in the contract, this many hours are being paid for by the 002 fund, because at some point this is going to become an auditor issue of, are you really spending the funds the way you should be? Next one is increased availability of housing. Director Hoffman, round of applause for adoption of comprehensive plan. Yeah. We'll get you one more time for that. And then the middle housing regulations. So those were the two steps that we took during 2025 on that. And then I think this is my last slide on this is the climate coordinator position that was funded through the solid waste utility tax. Position was authorized in the 2025 mid-biennial budget, and sorry, I lost my train of thought. I started thinking about Chris. And we are underway hiring that position. I think, is that a next month thing? I think.
Phone interviews have started.
All right. Okay. Phone interviews have begun, so we're on our way. So maybe have that position filled next month. Part of, to back up as far as Mayor talked about capacity for space at City Hall. We in this process, this was approved during the mid-buy budget, about $40,000 roughly of some more cubicle space. We're going to take some areas and make workspaces smaller, get a couple more stations out of that, shuffle some people around. I'm expecting tracking information on that in the next week. So sometime in March, which should line fairly well with bringing this position on, because we will shuffle people around to make this work. We currently have a part-time HR position floating. Shannon and Christina have kind of worked their schedules so that they can kind of float around. We've been using Rebecca's office, but now Nova's starting on Monday. So once we get these cubes in, City Hall is full. So,
yeah, and Mark and Bill each
next slide. So we can go back and talk about the woes of the budget deficit. This is just to remind you and just to bring it to top of mind. When we started the 25-26 when the 25-26 biennial budget was adopted, it was adopted with an $862,000 deficit. That was coming out of unallocated fund balance, sorry. And that was not because we were just saying, oh, we want this toy and that toy and we love shiny objects. This is just operate the city. This was very, very lean. In fact, it was too lean because, as you saw in the mid-biennial budget, the annual deficit increased roughly $1,061,000. So our true deficit over the biennium is about $2 million. That is the deficit that we're running. We're not adding, there was a staff member added, but you added that with a new utility tax that you put into place. We're not adding staff. We're not out doing projects. We're asked the chief about his vehicles. He needs more new vehicles. The vehicles within the community development and building department, we take hand-me-downs. In fact, the new truck that is in community development used to be the on-call truck out in public works. It's no longer suitable for that because the amount of miles they put on, but our office staff don't need a vehicle that often. And so we run very lean, and you're seeing that through the budget. And then future for you, the 27-28 general fund will need to support the street fund an additional $375,000 a year. So I'm talking over $750,000 a biennium. Street fund is paid for, that is a general fund revenue that comes into that. That's your permits, right-of-way permits, things like that.
Vehicle excise tax.
Yeah. And what you're seeing is this isn't money to pave streets. This is money to maintain your streets, pay for your operations. And as you see, the motor vehicle excise tax, well, the gas tax is not generating what it did in the past. And as vehicles become more efficient, we get less gas tax coming out of COVID, less people along the north end. I think it's been shown quite heavily that this whole end of King County is more able to work remotely. And so you see less traffic. So that's a diminishing revenue source, but costs go up. We have to pay for our people in our streets department, which we don't have separate streets and parks. Everybody does everything, but they have a cost allocation of the amount of time that they spend doing certain functions. And streets just becomes more and more. And there is maintenance wrapped into the gravel maintenance, the sign cleaning, things like that. But as far as like overlays on roads or these walkways, those are separate funds outside the general fund.
And to clarify, the electric vehicle line item in your tabs doesn't come to us at all, correct? So as we see people doing the right thing, bring these electric vehicles, we're not getting any revenue from the tabs when they pay their little electrical vehicle.
And we lose their gas tax.
And we lose the gas tax, and they're heavier vehicles, there's no road wear. And so we're put in a position, we're doing the right thing, makes it even harder for us.
Do we only get gas tax from the stations that are in our city? How does that
No,
work?
no, it's just, there's a percentage share
proportional
that comes to
yeah.
the city. Yeah, I don't know what that percentage
As
is.
I want to remind everybody, the TBD, the $50, that is for when you renew your tabs. So when you see people's expired tabs out there, that's $50 is coming out of our coffers. We're not getting that for it. It goes straight into the overlay program. It's the, excuse me, only direct benefit we get from something like that. And it is really important. During COVID, those receipts dropped off dramatically because people just didn't renew their tabs. So.
Next
Do they
slide.
kick you or
is-
do they kick that cord again?
Next slide is the visual representation of all this doom and gloom. So this slide is tied directly to the 6-year forecast that Director Vaughn has provided you. And what it shows is the green, that is our ending fund balance. So beginning with our 2024 ending fund balance, which becomes 2025's beginning fund balance. And then the blue are the drawdowns. And so this is the delta out of the 6-year forecast between projected revenues and projected expenses for the next 6 years. So as you see the blues march up, the greens come down. The gray on the far right side is the 16% reserve the council has set. And so you see in the 2031, 2032 drawdown, well, actually, no, let's back up. The 29-30 drawdown, you'll see that the 2030 ending fund balance is getting precariously close to that gray. That's why we've included this gray bar across. And then by 2032, the ending fund balance is significantly below the 16%. This is the trajectory that we're on. And this isn't, there may be some one-time savings because we don't get a project done. There may be some one-time infusion of cash for whatever reason, but all things being equal with the revenues that we have, we can pull one more lever at $200,000 a year. Not going to make much of a dent in here, but this is the trajectory that we're on. And so without some new source of revenue by 2031, it's pretty painful.
And this is a thing we saw coming, right? Because in the previous 6-year forecast, we saw this declining trend. It really hasn't changed.
No, I mean, if you back way up to like 2016 and look at things, you'll see quite a trajectory up.
Right.
That's COVID. That's ARPA and CARES.
Right.
We took a lot of money in. We put a lot of money out for community partners, made a lot available. I'm thinking of HopeLink. We allocated over $200,000 to HopeLink. They were unable to spend a single dollar in our city. And so that came back to the city. So at the end of the day, as those programs were expiring, the city captured those as lost revenue, which was a qualifying, and you can go back and show the revenue that we lost during COVID exceeded what we pulled back as lost revenue. And so we're writing a very large chunk of one-time money, thanks to the federal government during COVID. Otherwise, this would look significantly different.
It looked
We
like our
have
neighbors.
a much shorter runway into the hole.
think it's important to note too, that when you look at the historical trends that we've had about revenues and our reserves. Reserves were in dire straits back in 2010-ish. We clawed our way back, changed our financial policies to reflect that we didn't feel comfortable as a council at the time having such a low threshold for reserves. 16% to me, and you've heard me say this before ad nauseum, 16% to me is the gray down there at the far end, where we have our reserve set is woefully low. And having, I look at where we start crossing into an uncomfortable place. We're on that slope now. In about 2 years, we're going to be at the place where I'm starting to think that that's where it's going to be much more difficult, and we'll have fewer options for recovery. And I really strongly believe that, so many of these positions that people said, well, you don't need that many staff at City Hall. How many of those positions are mandated by state statute? Surface water, we've got all sorts of things. We have the reporting requirements, we have various things there. And we're not expanding city staff because it's fun or because it's a shiny new object. It's because there are requirements. And so the conversation going forward for you all is going to be, where is your comfort level in this whole process? And that was the conversation we had last year. And for my mind, if you think about 16%, that 16% was created, that reserve level was created over a decade ago when I was budget chair, and it was 12 years ago maybe. The reality is that 16% is really, doesn't take you very long. That doesn't last very long in terms of operating expenses. So I want everybody to think about that very carefully. And lest people take this graph out there in the community, that nobody who's online right now certainly take this and try to make it something it's not. The reality is in the numbers. So not to put a finer point on it, but it's a very serious conversation that we need to have. And my feeling is, and I know that many of you share the same opinion, that it's better to have the early conversation than a late one when we have less options.
And that, just a quick point, that gray, that $2 million, that's your current biennial deficit.
Mm-hmm.
So that gets you through one biennial.
So are you thinking of discussing increasing that reserve budget percentage? That council would, is that what we want to think about?
I think that's a primary question that Councilmember Goldman's going to talk to you about later.
Okay.
Okay, way to be ahead of the class.
Yes.
You get an A for foreseeing the future.
Okay.
Yeah, to the mayor's point, I think one of the things that made it really concrete to me was that line, that 16% reserve represents, if we got no other revenues, we could run the city for 60 days, that is say 2 months. And it really is basically a sobering thought that, running police and public works and all this stuff that we all kind of rely on, just literally just for 2 months more, and after that, nothing, right? Which is kind of frightening.
And it's also, we're talking about today's dollars too. So.
Yeah.
Not inflation adjusted.
Yeah.
Just straight dollar. The reserve is remind me again, 16% of expenditures?
No.
Or
Actually,
revenue?
we're different.
That's what I was trying to remember.
16% of revenue.
Revenue.
If I wrote the policy, it would be 16% of expenditures.
Yeah.
So it can go either way. It's a GFOA best practice to be at 16%, and you can base it off of a revenue or an expenditure. And most cities, it's more typical to base it off the expenditures, because that's what, if you get into that point, that's the piece that you are going to have to lean into to be paying out. However, this city, it's written very directly in the financial management policy that it is the revenue. And the reason why I believe from the previous finance director on why they had it as the revenue, because the revenue in a best case scenario is going to come in higher than your expenditures. So the intention was to have the 16% higher than the expenditures. And in a perfect world, that would be exactly what would be materializing with the 16% off of revenue. That is not the vote that this city is in currently.
And that 2 million, that is 1 year. So you don't look at the biennium's revenue, you look at 1 year of revenue.
So if we said, let's sort of put, if we based it off of expenditure, it would mean it's less than 60 days worth since we are running a deficit.
Well, no, because your expenditures are higher, so you would need to hold more.
Right, but I'm saying that basically what we've estimated here.
Oh, yeah.
That's
So
correct.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
You're saying the
We're,
same.
we're saying the
Right,
same thing.
yeah.
So is this something that might be on the agenda for a future budget and finance committee meeting to discuss whether our 16% target should be based on revenues versus expenses?
I wouldn't be opposed for
I-
us
I
to take a
would-
look at it.
I wouldn't be opposed either. It's always good to take a look at those processes, especially over if it's been so many years since it's been reviewed, then it should be reviewed periodically.
And the idea of being out of the normal would be to suggest and write it in a policy that it would be based on revenue or expenditure, whichever number was higher. So then you would be having like a safety net within there, and it would depend on if your revenues were coming in higher than your expenditures, then you would be basing it off the higher number. And that would put it on the finance director to make sure they're basing it off of the appropriate number. But then you have a safety net in your policy as an idea. Thinking outside the box.
I was kind of wondering if that would be appropriate, so thank you for bringing that up.
I think it's a great idea.
Oh, yes.
All right, so we all talk loud, so hopefully Josh and anybody online can hear. We did put the property tax calculator in here. I did send that out to you prior. If you don't have it in yours, if my magic works. Yes. There we go. Right. Okay, so this is property tax calculator. It's been sent out to council for those online and the public. This is from the levy process last fall. We were discussing with council, what rate do you want to go out for? And so these numbers in the purple through here, this is out of your 6-year financial forecast. And to Councilmember Goldman's point, this has been updated since you and I discussed. I need to send out the update to council. And so the reds, the variance, these are based off of the 6-year forecast projected revenues to expenditures
By biennium, correct?
by biennium. As you will see, we're at 1.8, and it goes up from there. Can I make a larger?
Or we could go with Councilmember Gilbert's approach and each stand by one of the.
I think we're stretching.
You want to be banned?
Because these chairs are so comfortable, Matt, you know.
So, what I did, so you remember where council ended up is, those levy proposals for 24 cents per thousand. I had plugged 25 in here just because it was the only number that didn't leave these balances negative. I don't know if you want to play with this today. I can send it out with you, out to you. You can play with it at home. But what I just wanted to show is just where we are. I mean, this is a good synopsis of revenues to expenditures each biennium. The way that these are calculated is we use roughly a 5.37% growth factor. That's a biennium factor, so it's about 2.75% per year. Pretty reasonable inflationary estimates. So it's not overstated. This doesn't include any new positions, any new programs. The only thing that does, and the reason we see these large jumps in the variance is because of that $375,000 or $750,000 biennium is going to have to go in the street fund and support it because it, over time, is not going to support itself. So what you see,
I'm gonna insert, that's not a unique challenge to the city of Lake Forest Park. Every city I have worked for has had a challenge with their street fund. And I just wanna throw that out there. This is not a unique Lake Forest Park challenge.
and just so you see how it works, these numbers show you the levy rate, because the levy that we ran failed by 9 votes, had a 3% growth factor, up to 3%. Well, it was actually 5%, but 3% is what we built in here. Council would vote each year whether it, just like 1% to take. If the levy had passed, you could take 3%. That shows that growth factor in there. And then when you scroll down here, what you see, I included the 2025 assessed value and then the 2026 assessed value. That was a 9% increase. And so what I've done down here on this bottom green line is added 9% home value. So if you see this 2026 median home value, 914,000. For 2027, it would be 992,000, just factoring it up by 9%. There's one question we heard was, how does that affect me in the next year? Well, you can see that goes from $228 a year to $248, so $20 swing.
And that is all interactive when you
This is
change
all
percent.
interactive. I will send this to you and you can play with it.
It looks familiar. It looks familiar.
It's the same spreadsheet. So I don't think we need to spend a lot of time playing with this here today. So this is a tool for you at some point in the future. The council considers going out for the levy again. This is a tool. So anybody wants to sit down with so yeah, stop that share. So, well, we took a buy
Yeah.
but I figured we could
Balance it.
tapping feet, bouncing legs down through the discussion of the revenue. So we can pause here. Anything you want to discuss about revenue, anything that you just heard, questions, observations?
Just a reminder that none of this takes into account any unfunded mandates that come from the state, which just happen fairly frequently.
Indeed.
And also doesn't account for anything as the new park opens, if there are new expenses that brings along, or there may be other projects like that.
Correct. This is business as usual plus 75%. And we do it to expenditures and revenues. So all you need to do is, have salaries go up 2.75%. Bargaining goes up 2.75% in a year, and it's not a perfect tool. It's just a tool.
I appreciate the tool. We'll stretch.
You're welcome.
What do I want to do?
So we're at 11:20. So what do you think? Basically take a 10-minute break here?
Lunch is here too.
No.
You want to grab lunch early?
And I suppose we could make both my levy discussion part and then Tracy's
Right.
priorities. Those could both be working lunch discussions.
Yep.
I'm not opposed to
15
that.
minutes to grab lunch.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, so I guess this is my part of the show. So yeah, welcome back, everyone. To kind of set the framing for this, we just heard a financial update from Administrator Hill and Finance Director Vaughn about the state of our overall city finances. Last year, we did run a levy measure on the ballot. It failed by a narrow margin. And so kind of what this next part of the retreat is about is kind of big picture. What do we want the city's finances to look like? Do we want to consider a levy? What background do we need to make that decision? We're not looking to make any final decisions now. This is really about gauging council interest and also getting a sense of what information we as a council need to have that informed discussion. So council leadership came up with a list of 5 questions. These are very much interconnected, but we'll just kind of take them one by one. I'll kind of introduce the question and then we can go around and council members can give their feedback as to what their thoughts are. The idea is to help staff better understand what council's goals will be regarding the budget, regarding a potential levy. So that's kind of the general goal for this next part. And so the first question, we just heard about the 16% reserve level, which is currently about just over $2 million. If we end up switching to 16% based on expenses rather than revenues, I did some really quick envelope math. I think it would be closer to $2.5 million. That would be our reserve level. So the question is, where do we want to see our budget in 6 years? How close do we want to get to that 16% threshold? Where do we feel comfortable? If we're making plans potentially involving a levy, where do we want to wind up? That's all. Let's open it up for thoughts that anybody has. Oh,
I think it's good to review the mechanics of it and see if it should be based on revenue or expenditures. That would be the first thing. And then go from there.
okay.
I mean, I think the difference between that, I mean, it's a large number, but 2 point something to 2.5. But I think knowing how far 16% gets us, if we were to get to that point, I'd love to stay above it. And I'd love to stay way above it because I also want to have some unallocated funds for us to be able to flex into any opportunities that we get, to be able to cover any new expenses or unfunded mandates that we might be getting from the state. I think we shouldn't skirt ourselves all the way down to that 16%. I think that'd be really poor financial.
But on the second part of that,
Plan.
maybe also determining what the reserve balance should be. So there's a minimum balance, but then there should be a target balance of where you want it to, where it's kind of like the happy medium. You don't want to go down to whatever the reserve amount is, but you want to have some sort of reserve as a target. I think without that, it's just it's a moving target. So I think having a reserve amount determined would be, I would like to see that personally.
Other council members, and I don't know, how are we meant to be super formal and go by last names, first names at a retreat?
Hey, you.
First names are fine. It's our retreat, you make the rules.
Tracy,
Sure. Well, and thanks for Larry for the starting the discussion. And sorry, I had to step out there for a sec. But yeah, I think I can echo at least what I heard, which is that I don't think we should go down to that level. I agree that there should be a target. I mean, I've always thought of 90 days as basically a quarter, which basically seems like a reasonable level to be at. The things that concern me are specifically whatever is decided about how the public defense decision is implemented, the Supreme Court made. I know we have 10 years or something like that to get that all together, but still, it's going to start hitting us. And given that we're basically trying to figure out how to do that whole court system, that's a big unknown. And I think Semmer's right that, there are these things that are unfunded mandates from the legislature like that, not just the legislature, but the courts as well, that basically will impact our finances. So I agree. So here's the bottom line. My target's 90. Shouldn't get close to the 16%. 90 days. We shouldn't get close to that 16% 60-day thing. I would love to see us basically, because one of the things that everybody points to is why do you have this huge unallocated fund balance, right? At the end of the year. I'd love to see us knock that down by actually addressing some of these one-time needs our city has. We've heard time and time again from staff that we are literally running out of space in City Hall. We do have some other place that we can go into. And this bold idea of the mayor's, I have to say, Tom's, that basically of consolidating Kenmore's and Shorelines in our court system so that we can serve everybody better. Well, that's going to take space. We're not going to be able to just use council chambers for that, where there's going to be too much demand, especially if we have to run a couple of different courtrooms at the same time. And so my point is that I think this one-time balance could be used, or the one-time funds that are now the unallocated funds could be used to start a discussion on where we can expand into, and I'd love to start seeing that discussion.
It's, Matt or Josh, did either of you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, I'm particularly pessimistic about what finances are going to look like, not just for our city, but globally over the next decade or 2 decades. I read a lot of historical nonfiction. I've been reading a lot about patterns in time and patterns in society. And it's been eye-opening to me because we're entering this period in a cycle that has repeated for a couple thousand years, where crisis is going to be frequent, costs are going to be high, economic stability is going to diminish. And so I get really nervous when I look at this chart and see where we think we're going to be in 6 years, because I think we could be there faster than 6 years. So 90 days, I'd love to have a 90-day reserve. I'd love to have a 180-day reserve for, a true emergency that may occur. I don't know the right timing. The unallocated funds was the thing I heard the most when I was out knocking on doors as it related to the levy. I think a lot of people opted to simply not vote for the levy because they emotionally felt there was a need for the levy, but they kept looking at that unallocated fund dollar, and the argument of it's just a balloon, and if you squeeze here, money moves over here, really resonated with people. So we have to figure out, how do we represent our finances in a way to the populace that they can understand the implications and the reality of what our budget situation is, because most people, not most, half the people didn't believe that we were really on this kind of trajectory. So a lot of this to me is a messaging issue, a communication issue. How do we make it visual? How do we make it simple? How do we make it understandable? One of the debates that I wish would have happened during the campaign is, what would you cut, right? And I think that's an interesting dialogue to have with people, because nobody wants to cut safety, nobody wants to cut the police, nobody wants to cut streets. And when you really get into our budget and look at line items where you could cut, like I talked to one community member who had spent time in the budget, and the only line item they could come up with is, why do we spend $40,000 on the Shoreline Historical Museum, right? Well, that's 40,000 doesn't mean anything. And if that's the only thing that somebody who has spent a whole bunch of time looking at our budget could come up with, that says a lot to me. It says to me that we're not communicating well about what the money is being spent on and why it matters so much in our community. So that's where I want to see us put emphasis, is making that communication happen. And that's a chicken and the egg problem for us, because the vast majority of our city, or the population in our city, has no idea what's going on in our city. There are a few hundred people out of the 13,000 people that live here that have any clue what's going on. And the rest of them think they never hear from the city, think there's never any communication from the city, don't know how to engage with the city. That's a whole nother communication problem that we need to solve for. It's the number one thing on my list of what I want to work on. How do we build an environment where our population is engaged? I look at towns of similar size to ours in Maine and New Hampshire, where they've got 90% participation in online social communities on the issues that matter to their town. We don't have that here. We don't have that here because the tools they're using don't exist here, because they're very regionalized tools. But we don't have that here because, well, I don't know why. But how do we make that happen? How do we turn into a small town in Vermont where 90% of the population wants to spend some time talking about what's actually happening in the city without moving to Vermont?
There's a Bernie Sanders joke in there too.
Well, and
He's in California right
address your point, Matt. I mean, it's a very point well taken, but if you invert that, it does mean that somebody who has looked at the budget in depth, who's not one of us here,
Yeah.
has basically determined that, wow, the city really does spend its money on things that are critical. And if the 40,000 of that, you know, as you say, is a drop in the bucket. So, you know, there's really not very much fat in our budget at all. Now, that said, I agree, basically means there's a communications problem. Those towns in Vermont and New Hampshire that you speak of, I think one thing that they have that going for them is a lot of them run their own citywide Wi-Fi system, which means that basically when the screen comes on, you could basically say, hey, you know,
Yeah.
even have a city dashboard, whatever, right? So, I mean,
a
apart
great
from
point.
us being able to do that, right, we're always going to have that issue because people have lives. You know, I always think that when I don't hear from people, it's not that they don't necessarily have a problem with the city, but the problem doesn't rise enough to the top of the heap that they will talk to me literally about the problem.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, we only hear from folks that basically really have some issue with the city, which, you know, it's just the way that that's supposed to work. That's why I took this job. So my point is that, yeah, I think it's really something incumbent on us to talk about, you know, how to communicate better with our citizenry. But at the same time, realize that, you know, they have these lives and we don't really want to be an intrusive part of their lives if we can help them. Sure, I'd love to get more engagement, but not at the cost of basically making people annoyed with us.
Sure. Yeah. Paul?
Well, I think that community outreach is the number one complaint that we hear across the board on any subject. And I know it costs money to do engagement. For example, if you do mailers, some people are older in our community. They're not online. They don't do these social media things. So that's great for the younger community, but the older community, they respond really well. I hate to bring it up, but it's mailers. I mean, they read them, they get them in their mail, you know, and it should be more of a focus. It does cost money, but then when you think about what the people are going to get out of it, I think that would be more engaged and happier because we routinely have the same group of 20 some odd people that come and respond to council things all the time. And so they become the voice for the whole city. And that's really not fair because, you know, we have a lot of things in front of us. And I think that we have to force the message out some way. And if it has to be a mailer, or I don't really know, but I think mailers, you know, in my experience with CORE, mailers work really well. And I like both of your ideas about I think that fixing the target budget or the target reserve, and then the 90, whether it's 90 days or 120 days or whatever it is you want to have the reserve, stick with that. Because my issue with this whole process last time, it wasn't that I didn't think we needed the money, is that it was too all over the place. It wasn't defined enough. I wanted to see more definition about what is our reserve and what is our target balance and what, you know, how much reserve do we really want to have. And I think that is what filtered out to the community, because I didn't really talk about it to anybody unless they asked me. But I think that the vote said that they thought it was a confusing subject.
I see Josh has his hand up.
Yeah, we've bitten off a few different things here, so I may take this in some order. In terms of the reserve, I don't know. As I think about the reserve, that's about the balance. And for me, it's less about in 6 years or 10 years or on some date certain, where does that reserve stand? Although, you know, I agree that we want to have a buffer. It's more about that structural deficit that where it lands, where we hit that equilibrium, we can make decisions about, but we need to hit equilibrium. We need to figure out, what does it cost to run the city that people want to live in? And then where does the money come from to do that? And so I'm, you know, for the question that started us off on this, the reserve level, I think, can follow from from sort of how quickly, what's the biggest emergency that we want to be ready for? It's unlikely that revenue completely shuts off, although it might. And so we want to be able to keep writing checks and keep dealing with things, even if FEMA doesn't come through for us, and all the other situations that could emerge. And so whether that's 90 days or 60 days or 180 days, I think there are good cases to be made for all of that. We also, as we're taking money in, want to be doing things with it. And if it's sitting in reserves, then it's a project that's not being built. It's an action that we're not taking. And so that's, to me, the trade-off. And so I don't have a number in mind for that, but I do really want to find that equilibrium where the inputs and the outputs are in balance, which they're not right now. They're dramatically out of balance by like $2 billion a year. That's a lot. And I think I agree about the communications issue. And I think one of the things that struck me through talking to people through the levy effort was, I mean, part of the challenge, similarly with conversations I had as advocacy chair for a PTA, is that the way that finances work is just a mess in Washington. That there's a lot that we do not control of our own budget. And people don't understand that. And they think that if you're coming to them and asking for a levy lid lift, that the city has messed up because we don't have enough money, rather than that inflation and a 1% cap are incompatible with maintaining budget equilibrium. So, and some of that is messaging. And I think that it's hard to go out to people for the status quo. So it may be worth thinking about, is there some bolder vision that can be offered as people want things, right? We're not in a situation where there's no squeaky wheels because everyone in every corner of the city is happy with city services. There are things that people want. Can we provide those at a cost that people will find reasonable, and wrap that into a package as a levy lid lift that offers people something that they can wrap their head around as, I'm going to vote for this, and in 6 years, I will have something in hand to work with. This is tangible. Certainly 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago, when the previous round of the levy came through, I knocked on neighbors' doors in my neighborhood in the northwest corner of town who said, look, I've got kids in the schools. I want safe streets. I want the sidewalks to the schools. I voted against that because I didn't believe that was going to come to my neighborhood. And so there's a level of trust there that I think we need to build up, and which I think does also come to communication. And some of that is mailers, but it may also be, and I mentioned this in one of my early meetings with Administrator Hill, can we consolidate money out of existing contracts that we have with consultants where there are outreach components to it? Can we keep some of that in the city and have dedicated outreach staff to be doing something like National Night Out, do street parties, do a party in a barbecue with a neighborhood, and get that feedback and have those conversations. Because, I mean, I was at a National Night Out where people were literally asking where the boundary was between Kenmore and Lake Forest Park, because they weren't sure exactly in their neighborhood where the LFP police stopped responding. So the questions are not necessarily super sophisticated in all cases, but there is a lack of communication there that I think we need to get out and make sure people understand, yes, if we had more money, we could X, Y, and Z. What does that translate to? And that's a harder conversation when there weren't budget cuts on the table. So it was harder, I think, for people to wrap their head around it. If there's something tangible that can be put into that conversation as part of the process, so that at the end of it, this is what we're paying for. Yes, we're paying for a city that we love, but also maybe something nice that we can plant a flag on.
Right. Kind of sounds like we kind of had two separate conversations. There was one about reserves, one about communications. I think if we do another levy, then we'll have plenty of time to talk about communication strategies. So I'm hoping, are there other thoughts that kind of on the reserve topic? Jennifer?
So, yeah, to dig into the specific question, how close to the reserve, regardless of what it is, do we want to get? And so I came up with a calculation. If we look at the reserve is covering our high risk. I mean, this is severe disaster, loss of revenue, financial crash, right? This is severe risk. That's what our reserve needs to cover. Whether that's determined by a number of days or a percentage, like we have to cover that. Then I think we need to also keep a bucket for moderate risk. This is like, maybe not like an earthquake, but when we have another snowstorm and we don't get reimbursed by FEMA. We have unfunded mandates that will be continuing to come down to us from various places. We'll probably be seeing some sort of growth in the courts, in the police, and staff, because things are getting more complicated. Mandates need to be staffed. So we have a moderate risk pool of money that we want to make sure we have available. And then we want opportunity money. We don't want to just get rid of all of our opportunities. So whether that's opportunities for develop or investment in infrastructure or any sort of opportunity we have, and you put those three buckets together, and that's where I think we would want to be at the end of the biennium. We want to have that amount remaining. So that's my calculation.
And how would you go about doing that? What would be would there be a percentages, or what would be the method?
Yeah, so I think obviously for like high risk and moderate risk, we could look at historically, how much would this actually cost us? So I think it's up to us and the staff at the city hall to sort of determine what are our moderate risks that we've had in the past, and what did that cost us to take care of, especially more recently when we haven't been getting funding, FEMA funding for reimbursement. And then the opportunity, I think that's a council thing. What does council want to keep as opportunities? Like, how do we want to keep enough so that we can continue to do, we want to improve, 1 mile of road with pedestrian improvements every year. So we want to make sure no matter what, we have that money available. Like, what is that? And that's a council question, right? That's for all of us to come together. But I think if we can find a way as a council and a staff to define what these three buckets are, then that's our target. And we want to be there at the end of every biennium.
Tom?
I just want to make sure every council member, okay.
I figure if I'm sharing, I'll save my remarks for the end. But
No.
I guess my take is it kind of depends on the stability of our general fund. That if we were in a place where our general fund balance was pretty stable from year to year, I would be comfortable getting close to 16%. We're not in that place. We're in a place where our budget is very much about treading water, maintaining the status quo, and we're draining about $1 million per year out of it. And so that makes me much more cautious that we need a higher target than just the 16% to account for, are there going to be increases? Maybe we trim it down from $1 million to $200,000 a year, but that's still a substantial amount coming out of the general fund. So I would like to be cautious. Should it be 90 days instead of 60? Should it be based on expenses rather than revenue? We can kind of hammer out these details, but I would like to see us be a bit more cautious about making sure we have emergency money available. Tom, you?
Yeah, just quickly, one thing, just so people don't get confused about it. The question of court is not the courts in the aggregate, it's specifically traffic court. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, because this is very blue sky thinking on my part about how do we expand the traffic camera program to serve the safety needs of the community, but not overwhelm the system. I've heard that loud and clear from all of you. A couple of things. When you talk about a reserve level, I think we've weathered storms in the past. We've had some real challenges many years ago, came right to the edge. None of us ever want to get to that place. And in my discussions as we're out levy, and some of you have hinted at this too, and Matt certainly commented about this. when I've said, what would you cut? People who have gone line item by line item have a really difficult time finding. They said, well, we'll cut your mayor's discretionary. And I said, it's cut. There's $2,500 in there. That doesn't even cover, like awards and food and some basic things for celebrations, to be very clear. To me, when I heard that from multiple people, that the people that really take the time to dig into it, they can't find something. I would take that, I think the council and the city and finance director and everyone should take that as a compliment that they've done the homework. And I think there's always more work to do. You always have to watch the expenditures, always have to be cautious about that. But I have every expectation that people are doing that. So that's one of the things. I think communicating that to people is essential. Communication perennially has been a challenge for decades, literally. Even back when there was the original flyer that went out quite more regularly than it does now, quarterly. And there was no e-news at that time. There wasn't even email at that time. But one of the things too that I always have to remind myself about, and Josh and I talked about this a little bit in the past, that as of, I think it was 2021, 1/3 of our residents are new. We got younger families. We've had older families moving out. So the methods of communication, to your point, Paula, some have changed and some have not. It means we need a broader spectrum of communication. And I hear that loud and clear from people. The other thing is we need to find ways to invite people to participate. And they always say about government, if you're doing a great job, you never hear from people. When you're doing a bad job, you really hear from them. So, it's cliched, but it's true. And I think it's to a large degree. I think also to Councilmember Cook's point, we do get the usual 20 people. Hats off to them for investing the time and staying educated, right? But that needs to be 200 and more. It needs to be 2,000 if possible. And engaging in different places is really essential. Coming back full circle to the question of reserve levels. One of the things that I had a conversation with about a person who's on a fixed income within the community, I said, do you have a retirement account? And they said, yes. I said, are you drawing down your principal in the retirement account, or are you drawing down the interest? I'm drawing down the interest. I said, okay, well, what are your thoughts about the city's reserves? You start drawing down that principal, you're losing the interest that we're getting from the municipal bonds, muni bonds. And there's a slippery slope too, because then our revenues start declining as well as we start drawing down those balances. The last thing I will say very, very quickly is that when it comes to a number, I don't think there's a perfect solution for this. I think it really is based upon what your comfort level is, getting input from the community, getting input from the staff, getting input from experts. When we were considering levy back in 2021, I went out and took a look at a variety of communities that have weathered storms and what their reserve levels and their historical practices have been. The kind of common number in there was always somewhere around 24-25%, where they came across a line of a hiccup in the economy or a broader problem in the economy, relatively unscathed. They had to make difficult decisions, as everybody does. But that number, again, I'm just throwing that out anecdotally, and it's unscientific, but that's kind of in the 90-day range that Deputy Mayor Furutani was talking about, if you want to talk about that. And the last thing is the question of the timing. The funds that we have, the fund balances, again, ARPA's care funds, we were very, very careful to hold on to those monies. To Deputy Mayor Furutani's point, and several of the other folks have mentioned this in the past, those are one-time revenues. It would be a very appropriate use of those one-time revenues to find a solution going forward, to invest in our community rather than treading water, but to find a way to give somebody at the end, as Josh was saying, give people at the end of a period of time, if it's a levy, something to hang their hat on, literally, potentially. Maybe it is a new park, it's a new something, I don't know what it is, a one-time investment that is out there for a very, very long period of time rather than something that is fluid, like having to pay for additional costs because the public defender needs and state mandated things. So that's the kind of thinking that I have about it. And I think you all have Very good.
When you're done.
No, I'm actually wrapped up.
Josh has got his hand up too.
But also, that is a really good segue into the second question. I guess, Josh, did you want to go first? And then, because the second question asks about what do we do with our current general fund balance? So did you want to go first, Josh?
Oh, it's a thought that struck me that I sometimes forget who I've talked to people about an idea with. So if I've said this to this group before, then forgive me. But an idea that I came back to a few different times through the campaign and didn't really write up as a campaign issue, but talked about in one way or another with a bunch of people along the way, is something that a number of cities do, where they'll have it's participatory budgeting, where you have a chunk of money that is set aside that every year people submit ideas, and every year the community essentially votes, yeah, let's do this project. And it can be a statue, it can be, it's for our city, it would be on the scale of $150,000 a year if it's typically sized to what other cities have done. But it does get to that sort of ambitious idea and get to something where that requires community outreach and engagement, that the community is seeing a direct role of their choices are translating to changes on the ground. So it may be worth wrapping into some of these other discussions as it goes, and just wanted to throw that out there while I was reminded that I wasn't sure that I had talked about that here.
I do want to be mindful of the time, since I think we are fairly behind schedule. Did you have something you wanted to add, Phil?
It actually covers both of these topics that are on the screen right now. In your discussion on what you want your reserves to be, that's a discussion council's got to have. To the mayor's point, is at 24%. That's one bucket. This shows a second bucket, which is your bucket for one-time projects. Of what you have in unallocated fund reserves, what do you want to set aside in your next budget? Maybe in the strategic opportunity fund to say, this is what we're putting away, and we're putting it away for X projects. We've got lots of opportunities out there to select from. And then the other one is something, we have a budget, a line item called budget sustainability.
Budget stabilization.
This is something that I brought up in Racer that we implemented because we had one-time funds savings, we could hire people as quickly as we thought, and so full up. And instead of having Racer return the money to the cities, it's about $800,000. Not a big chunk when you would pro-rata share back across. The idea is keep that, use that budget stabilization fund to smooth the growth of what's coming in our expenses. And so as you contemplate, are you going to go out for another levy at what point in time? You select a certain dollar amount of allocated fund balance and put it into that budget stabilization fund with a direct policy that we're going to pull X amount out a year to smooth that over time, which then would lower the amount of levy you would ask for, say, in the first 6-year levy. So that you smooth it, people see, okay, we're not just all going out buying things, but we're trying to slowly smooth that, bring that into your costs. So say, we're going to get you all of X amount in the first year, it will grow incrementally. It's one thing that you run into time and again with cities. I worked for a city once where we kept saying, you need to be raising taxes, and this isn't a state where by vote of council you can raise whatever percent you want. Raise them incrementally over time so that people can budget for it. So it's more of that. We ended up going out to council with 44% tax increase. Huge percentage, small dollar amount. But what they heard back from the community was, your staff are telling you to do this, do it incrementally, do this again, you won't ever be in council again. So what I'm saying, we don't have that opportunity here, but if you set a certain amount of dollars like in that budget stabilization fund, because everybody's like, what the hell is this for? We're going to smooth, we still need to go out for a levy, but we're going to ask for less because we're going to set aside this bucket of money to help smooth that over the next six years, and then go back to the voters and show that they did. So it's just 3 buckets that I was thinking of as we had this conversation.
So that's our segue into question 2. what do we do with our current general fund balance? So to put a few numbers on this, the projection is by the end of this year, we'll have roughly $8.5 million in the general fund balance. From the conversation we just had, if we're aiming for, say, 90 days in our reserves, that would be about $3 million or so. And so then the question is, what do we do with the remainder? And much of this came from ARPA or CARES, which was meant to be sort of one-off rather than operational. But to Phil's point, do we just keep the money in the general fund to be part of this buffer? Do we explicitly put it into a budget stabilization fund? Do we put it into a strategic opportunity fund in case really cool opportunity arises that no one had on their horizon, but this opportunity has come up, we just need some money to get it going. So that's what I want to hear now is, what would you like to see happen with our current general fund balance?
So to ask our city administrator a point of clarification. So the three buckets you were thinking about was the general fund, the budget stabilization fund, and the strategic opportunity fund?
Yeah, your reserve.
Right, okay. All right, so to address then your question, I love basically that, Josh and Summer, you were thinking about this opportunity thing where, the folks get a say in basically what it's going for. And that could definitely be part of our strategic opportunity. So it could be, the traffic court system that the mayor is envisioning, or it could be basically buying town center, or it could be, any of these larger things that are beneficial to the wider community. The budget stabilization fund, yeah, I had not thought of it under that lens. That's actually a wonderful idea that the city administrator proposed, which is, instead of going out for this levy that basically, it's this amount of money, if we can show that we've got, some of it is cushioned by this unallocated fund balance, which we've put into the budget stabilization fund to basically make the levy not as large, I think that would go a long way to gaining more trust in the fact that basically we are stewarding our finances better. So I like kind of the two, well, technically three-tiered approach there.
All right, Paula.
So so based on all of these conversations, it looks to me that the steps should be kind of in order is figuring out the reserve, whether it's revenue, expense, or both. And the second step would be a target reserve 60, 90, 120 days, with a third step with the earmarked funds and either, for the capital projects or the budget stabilization fund. So that looks like the order of decisions that might have to be made in that order.
Yeah, I think, like the big picture policy level is how much money do we need to keep in reserves? How much money do we want to help stabilize the budget? How much money do we want to block off for special opportunities? And then once we have the answers to those questions, that would help us figure out in terms of a levy, what magnitude of a levy do we need to kind of maintain those buckets?
That's the way I understand.
Just channeling my inner professor here, bring it back again, hearing what Councilmember Furutani was saying and Administrator Hill, the idea of being deliberate and prescriptive about money being set aside and saying to the community, we're not just going to continue to bleed down this. This is a very deliberate act on our part so that we're not hitting you with a bigger levy amount. Is that a fair?
That's a fair assessment.
Characterization? Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. One quick data point. By the way, we haven't talked about this, but the fact is that in my lifetime, this is the lowest amount right now of percentage-wise or dollar-wise the city has ever received out of total property taxes. It continues to go down. So while property taxes may be with the vagaries of the property tax system may be going up in the aggregate, we're getting less of that than we ever have historically in the past.
Why is that?
Because voter approved things and it's squeezing, and we're limited to the 1% cap.
And we've
so
not
we're squeezed
had
downwards.
an approved
Levy
levy lift since incorporation.
Yes.
I just got my tax bill.
Yeah. I've
That's
calculated
not a
my,
topic, that's somebody just got their tax bills.
Oh,
I think we're at 6.8% or something like that now, or something. We're below 7 now, I believe.
0.66.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it's plummeted too. So 15 years ago, I think it was closer to,
11?
yeah, or 12. Yeah.
Summer?
Yeah, so I guess for the second question, I think we kind of talked about it. It goes back to defining 3 buckets. The reserve, that moderate risk zone, whether that's budget stabilization or just holding money. I actually really like the idea of cost sharing with the community during the levy. That we'll put in some, you put in some, and we're gonna do this together. And then defining what our opportunity is. If looking at this quick napkin math of that 5 million, you know, where do we want to be covering that moderate risk that we're likely to be using for snow events and putting towards the budget stabilization versus what do we want to hold in place for that opportunity? You know, if we're looking at splitting it in half, is that the right place? And again, this is the future continuing with budget and finance and the greater council. But I think again, it gives us a starting point when you start thinking, well, what can I do with 2.5 million? Right? or do we want to go 3 and 2? Like, this is a great place. I think we can start taking some of these numbers and making them a little bit more real. But I think we're kind of in agreement that there's sort of these 3 zones that we really want to define moving forward. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that seems to be the broad consensus, and that if it's less, you know, the general fund is very nebulous, and I think the public loses trust. Like, they think of it as a giant slush fund. And that's not what it is, but that's the perception of it. So having much more well-defined buckets of this is what this money is meant to be for.
Yes.
In an emergency, yes, you know, things could change, but this is our ideal of what we want to use each portion. We can figure out the details as to the exact amounts, but I think there seems to be a pretty good consensus that we want to better define the general fund.
And this is more detailed, and I think that that communicating that detail outwardly, I think people would feel more comfortable with whatever they're being presented.
And if I may add, I think we have the tools, as was mentioned. You know, we have a strategic opportunity fund that can be for that opportunity bucket. We have the budget stabilization fund that's for that moderate risk and cost sharing element, and then we have our reserve. And I think the only thing what we might want to do is just go through and look at the policies behind those and tweak them to make it more appropriate for what we're discussing. But I think we have the tools ahead of us already in place. It's just a matter of tweaking the wording of them to match what our intentions are and putting percentages or dollar amounts.
Yeah.
We also have something called the council contingency.
Yes.
Which has never been clearly defined by.
Yeah.
It is by RCW.
It is.
Yes, RCW defines a council contingency fund. And if you wanted to spend 1 penny out of that fund, you'd have to do a resolution in order. That is your true rate. I hate the rainy day fund comment, but that is what it is. That is your.
That's if administration doesn't do it, we can step in.
Right.
Which hasn't happened before.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm smiling because
yeah.
I'm smiling because I remember when that was formulated. And all I can do is, so you're smiling.
And then I think some of these strategic opportunity fund requires it to be something that's in the CIP. So I think that's what we need to talk about. Like, how do we define this?
So you remember we put $500,000 in there. When we came to you, it was like lakefront park.
Yeah.
And council authorized that.
Right. It was created during a time where there was animosity between the administration and council.
Yeah. So I think we can refine some of those policies behind them to make them work with what we've been discussing today.
Right.
And I think it's probably worth also in one of those funds setting aside whatever that structural deficit amount is in a fund also, so that that's clear and that it's separated from these other purposes. Like, if we know that we're doing a deficit spend in the budget, that should be signaled very clearly in the budget and separate from the more rainy day part. Like, it is a plan. We know it's happening. Assuming that as seems likely, that we write a deficit budget. So that then becomes another bucket to signal. And it sounds like we have the existing buckets to use for that. We just have to allocate it there.
Just so you don't take it personally, we didn't all jump when you spoke because of what you said. It's how loud it was.
Yeah.
Well, before you couldn't hear me, so I don't know. Maybe I'm shouting.
It was.
We're good now.
I think somebody's hair blew back. Here.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's not you. It's the system right now. So not a reaction to you.
Right. Any other kind of big picture thoughts about what to do with the current general fund balance? If not, I guess we can move on to the question 3. So if we are going to be considering a levy, the question is, what information do we all need? In other words, we've had presentations today about the 6-year forecast, about other items with the budget. Is there additional information? The idea here is the earlier we can request this information from staff, the more time they would have to then research and get this information to us to make our discussions run more smoothly. So big picture, what other information would be helpful to each of you as we're having this continued discussion?
I would say that we would need a current revenue budget amount, possibly as a starting point. And then, go through the steps of the reserve, the target, and the earmark. And I don't know what else we would need other than historical information.
Yeah, and I think you're on the right track. I think if we're looking at, okay, so we've defined our reserve. Okay, now we have to make that happen, right? And then we define that strategic opportunity fund to kind of hold that aside. And then we've got that budget stabilization fund, which is that cost sharing for the levy. So I think if we that's kind of the trigger, like we can put more or less in that, the levy can get more or less. I think those two need to be somewhat in balance. And then it's just looking in that calculator, where do we come out not in the red?
And then I think also, I mean, I don't know if to say this now or later, but I think as far as a communication idea outwardly, I know that Kenmore, I think it's Kenmore, does a really great paper that comes out. And I know it's been brought up before by other people, but they do a really great, it's like a little newspaper, and there's vendors that actually they help pay for it by doing some advertisement. And it's a nice colored, it's kind of like a little newspaper. And I did have a sample somewhere, but people really seem to be engaged with that, and they can put in all kinds of things. They can put in future events, or they're going to do this here. So it has a multi-pronged thing, that component to it, where you can collect money for advertisement, maybe getting some ideas from the city of Kenmore. I know that I talked to Matt about it before, and maybe sharing their labor to do it, providing them the information, the graphics, and maybe they could help do it since they already do it, and we would just pay for the production and maybe just sharing the labor. But because it gets mailed out, and it's actually very nice.
Matt, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I got a follow-on comment to that. Paula keeps talking about mailings, and I keep thinking about mailings. And there's some structural challenges with mailings. The newsletter that goes out today looks like a piece of junk mail when it shows up in the mailbox. So a lot of people just ignore it, throw it away. The only piece of mail that virtually every one of our residents gets, because we make it so hard to opt into paperless billing for our sewer. Why aren't we putting something in that mailing every month, right? That is the one thing that every resident gets, just about every resident gets. I don't know what the opt-out rate has been, but I heard this when I was out canvassing as well. One guy spent 10 minutes talking to me about how hard it was to go to paperless billing for his sewer bill, and how excited he was that he had accomplished that. And my reverse thought on that was, well, that's amazing, because that means we're sending paper to everybody, and because it's a bill, it's getting open, which means there's an opportunity to communicate in that channel to our population. So in fact, maybe we should make it impossible to opt out.
We did do that in the past. Yeah, inserts. Yeah,
I
in
don't
addition to
look
the
at
actual,
I don't look at the inserts.
The thing you need to consider.
They're boring. They're boring looking. You have to have attractive graphics in order to attract the people's eye. I mean, if you look at this nice little graphic here, you're going to look at this piece of paper before you're going to look at this. Even though this has more important information.
I mean, here's a thought we have to keep in mind. It was a big loss for our city when we lost our own post office.
Huge.
Right. I still get the city newsletter because it still shows up in my box because I haven't shut my box down, but all of my mail goes to Montlake Terrace. So I get Montlake Terrace's email and their newsletter every month. I don't get the city of Lake Forest Park because my address is not a city of Lake Forest Park address. So there's a structural mailing as well that you have to think about. And with the amount of mail theft that happens, there is an increasing rate of people who are moving to a mailbox system, and there are no mailboxes, no PO boxes left in the city of Lake Forest Park. The mailbox store went out of business, the post office went out of business, all of those places that had an LFP address where you could get your mail, they don't exist anymore. So our community gets their mail, if they get it to a PO box, in Shoreline, in Montlake Terrace, or here in Kenmore. They don't, which means they are opted out of our mailing.
To be fair, we don't even have our own post code, so.
I know, but we did used to have at least our own post office.
We have a couple mailboxes.
We do.
Yes, I always enjoy seeing the mailbox that's been at the local 104 for 7-Eleven before
7-Eleven,
that, and
yeah.
the gas station before that.
Yeah, so I think the Gasco still has.
PNBs.
Oh, you're
post
right,
office
they do.
boxes
There's a-
there.
Yeah.
Not to be for a lot of the city, but I think the only thing left that has.
So that was my aside comment. My comment to answer your question is the thing I would really want to see to make a decision on a future levy is what a budget looked like if we mandated a 10% cut across all of our expenditures. Because then we've got a basis to have a conversation with the community to say, we need a levy or we need to cut. And here are the things that would go away in the absence of that levy.
So essentially saying, you know, we've moved past trimming the fat. This is now amputating an
Yeah.
arm
Yep.
to save the body sort of budget.
Yep.
Well, I think the concern is.
And maybe
as long-
10% isn't the, sorry, Sarah, maybe 10% isn't the right number. I just did that math in my head because I think we're spending.
Lindsay just went.
Oh, I think the PD just about lost their mind.
Yeah, I mean, you can
I mean,
always
you can
contract,
so
it'll
this
be
is-
more expensive.
This is the challenge.
That's the whole point, right?
Yeah,
That's
like
the whole
to
point
put
I
it
want
in
to
a
try to
story.
communicate.
Yeah.
Without a contra whatever, you don't have a basis to have a conversation with the community. Counterfactual, that's what I was looking for.
And I'm just gonna use the PD as an example because they're excellent for this. The unfunded mandates for training, as an example.
Yeah.
People look at a training budget and travel
Sure.
as elective.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's mandatory for them. So we cut that. And now literally that department doesn't have enough dollars
Yeah, they don't
to
comply
actually.
anymore.
Exactly, which now can snowball so that we're no longer an accredited, which,
But I think
no,
that's-
I know, don't short out, we're just talking money. But it has a domino effect.
That's the value of the exercise though,
Yeah.
because if you go through that process, the first pass would be, these are the things we are mandated to spend by the state. So this is non-optional. We can't cut this.
But you know,
We
another,
did this in COVID, by the way.
Did we?
Yeah.
I mandated the 5% cut.
Across the board.
But if-
It was 15.
15?
15, absolutely, every
Oh, wait,
department.
5%, that's somewhere else. Yeah, 15%.
15.
And that's what we're going back from. I can tell you that if you did a 10%, just using that as an example across the board, that's just positions. That's what it is. Because the general fund for salaries, benefits, and training, professional services, as the mayor pointed out earlier, are expertise that we can't pay for 365 days a year in the city. So, I mean, we can go through that exercise, but it will be these number of positions will be cut.
but you know, possibly something that would help with this sort of thing, if it's mandatory and it's a must do, is the labeling of what is on the budget. I think labeling is really important because, you know, you are really familiar and a lot of people here are really familiar with what it is, but if it's mandatory training, put mandatory training. So then that word means that it's something that must be done, if that's appropriate.
That's what I'm trying to get at, right?
Right.
There's money that has to be spent because the state mandates
And
it.
label it
There's-
as such.
That would
Yeah.
have to be like extra exhibit to encumber the budget and the software with that, because not every piece of training is mandatory. But it's necessary because.
But when you do the
don't want
recaps.
untrained, you don't want your staff to not continue getting the continuing education
For sure.
and being a benefit. to
Before we get too wrapped around the axle here,
Yeah.
what Councilmember Muhlenberg is recommending is very
The
sound
exercise.
practice of
Yes.
helping educate the public.
Yes.
Ironically, it's something that I recommended 20 years ago, I think it was, and I got absolutely skewered in the public realm about suggesting doing that exercise with the city. And the reality, and then our circumstances were incredibly dire. I mean, literally fall off the cliff in a very short period of time. I think the exercise, again, while it is onerous from a certain standpoint, I think it does help illustrate, I know it would help illustrate to the community. This is about as much fat as we're at the place where there isn't much fat left on anything. We're down to the bone.
That's the point, yeah.
And I think it really
I
is
was gonna
important.
say, once COVID happened, there was nothing left.
Yeah.
We took it away, we evaluated
Sure.
during that process, I mean, if you had an extra penny, it was pinched. Like, it was just, like, that, so I just wanna that's why this is, and the people that have been through it, that's why this is so.
But it comes down to the communication
tight.
and comments that they've made. And I really
Yeah.
do believe that we're always gonna get people in our community that don't want to listen to the numbers, or they will say, okay, I can do this better. And then you say, please show me, and then they don't. We saw this last year.
So many
I can count on these hands, the number of people that said I can do it better. Not one of them did it. So what I think is necessary for us to do is to figure out, how do you make sure that the people that are willing to invest in the homework, we can give them some of it along the way. They can double check our work. They can see what it is. Hats off to them. We got a lot of really smart people in the community that can take a look at those kinds of things. Not suggesting we're going to cut because that's not the point. But it's also a good exercise from the standpoint, and I'm not taking words out of your mouth, Matt, but it's also a good exercise from the standpoint that if there are ways efficiencies can be increased, which they can sometimes rise to the surface. Complacency gets us all into trouble. So I'll leave it there. But I do think it comes back full circle to the question of communication. I think if you can not only give the data geeks and the financial wonks and the people that appreciate more the softer things of things, we're going to have to cut community services if we don't find a way to do these certain things. I mean, the question of the Shoreline Historical Museum, that one I will own, because that was one I felt we are losing historical knowledge. And if we don't support that historical knowledge, we're all going to lose out in the future. We're losing people right and left, either moving out of the community or they're no longer with us, and their boxes of files and everything else are going away. Those kinds of things resonate with certain kind of people. Other people don't care. That's okay. But we need to figure out how to give as much as we can, that broad swath of the community, the tools that they need to make an informed decision.
I'm by no means suggesting a 10% budget.
Actually,
You're
on record now.
So I just want to keep us on task. So other thoughts on, I'll call on you in a moment, Josh. What other information would you like staff to research to help us make decisions? Josh.
So in addition to I tell me if I'm breaking your eardrums. Okay. A cut budget, I think, would be an interesting exercise to really understand what that would mean. I think the challenge that we get when people try to do this work at home is that the work of balancing a city budget, there's so much that is contingent, right? That we're going to spend money later because we didn't spend it today, things like that are hard to represent. And so it may get lost in the weeds. I think it would also be, this would be harder, and it probably wouldn't be one budget, but sketching out what a 10% bigger budget might look like. What are things that we as a council would like to do if we had X more dollars to work with? And certainly in the community, I mean, at our last council meeting, we had the question to a new Parks Board member, what would you tell our new Public Works director? They said, don't get any new parks. because we can't maintain the ones we have. And it's a fair concern. And I think that the community does want more parks. There are parts of the community that are not served by existing parks, but we also don't have the money to do the maintenance on the ones that we have. We don't have money to put playgrounds in places that might be viable to put in playgrounds and where people want them. And I've heard from people who one of the lines of critique that I heard from people about the last levy was, well, we have a great police department. We spend a tremendous amount of our budget on them. Why don't we have bathrooms in our parks? Why don't we have permanent lighting, right? Like there are things that feel like basic things that a city should have, that people look at our community and they say, why don't we have these things that feel so basic? And so the growth budget is harder to frame out because there's a lot of ways that could go. But I think offering that vision in some coherent way, and maybe it's, options A, B, and C of if we had 10% more, this is if we 2 million extra dollars a year, these are the things that we could do with it over the next 10 years. And be accountable for that. That obviously that's the other part of it. But to do that exercise for people so that they can dream with us. It's the give us bread, but give us roses is a phrase that people use around this, right? Like it's not just about maintaining the basic minimal needs of the city. Let's dream a little bit and give people an opportunity to dream for themselves and let this be a referendum on not do we cut 10% out of the budget, but what can we become? And I think so that gets to the communications part, but it also gets to, I think there probably are deferred needs. Certainly, from the Parks Board history that I have more of those in my mind, and I'm sure each of us has our own list of places that and we've talked about streets and the need to move ahead there. If we had 10% more in the budget, could we move faster on some of those projects that have had to be deferred for perfectly valid reasons, right? And then sort of lay that out as here's the stick and here's the carrot. If we don't do anything, we will run out of money. If we do something, here's what we come next. And so understanding what would it take for some, I'm talking about parks here. So yeah, what's a number that would bring parks maintenance to a level that matches the previous post plan, which is a decade out of date and needs to be updated regardless. But there are lists of the deferred maintenance in our parks. What would it take to get that caught up? What would it take to put some of the infrastructure into the parks that the existing post plan promises? What would it take to accelerate the safe streets plan or to implement elements of safe highways that are not currently as high a priority? Can we slot some of those into a budget as part of this, as part of a promise of what a levy lid lift might deliver over the course of 6 years?
So I think there's two things I want to comment on very quickly. One, the idea of what would it look like if we trimmed 10% or whatever is really an interesting concept. But what I was hearing during the last levy is we don't have to worry about that. You have extra money.
Yeah.
So I think that having that exercise is interesting, but I'm not sure how many people would relate to it because it would seem like, well, but that's not really a problem right now. So I think it's about how we approach it. And two, I think kind of what John intrigues me in the way that when we were doing the lakefront property and you had all the different pieces and you could put different sizes of, docks and kind of make it and there was something very tangible about that. If maybe there's some way of having I can pull this piece out, but I want to add this piece in and create an interactive budget creation cycle that's kind of like that. Do you want A or B?
Are you talking about, like, for example, a survey that would go out to the community and
I'm
they would
almost
say
thinking just a work
a
session at the
community
city
meeting?
hall, the same way.
I think that's if you have, say, a strategic opportunity fund. I would caution, I follow Josh's logic, the levy prior to this one was, here's all the great things we could do with it, and we got beaten over the heads because we didn't have enough detail. There weren't plans in place. There wasn't a schedule of what was going to be done, when it was going to be delivered. It's almost more of a, well, if you give us this money, we'll do all these great things. Nobody trusts that.
Give us a checkbook and we'll write some
Yeah,
checks.
yeah, we'll write lots of
Yeah, true, true.
Kenmore did
Spend.
waterways and walkways. That was a levy. They had everything at 30% design.
Yeah.
And they had a plan and they laid that out. And it's what you're voting to implement these things over this specific amount of time. I don't think that we're there where we can go out and say, hey, trust us, give us more money. I think we're at the point where it's, we want to balance the budget. We want to put a couple buckets of money to do some nice things and then prove over the 6 years that you're really going to do that. And because you're going to go for a temporary levy at some point, when the reauthorization comes, maybe you have from this and the O2 fund, you put all these programs in place and now say, we want to go out for a levy to deliver these 6 projects over the next 8 years. We probably should.
Move it on.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I will say, yeah, I definitely, I remember that too, and I agree. And that's part of the reason that when I think about, like, can we be more nimble with some of the street projects? Are there quick wins that we can get on things to show that we are delivering? That, and I mean, we know that the tempo for a lot of work has gone way up. The roundabout sat on a shelf for 8 years, and it's actually getting built. The Lakefront Park, as these things go, is moving quite quickly and with almost no city money. And I think that it will be easier, whether it's now or whether it's in a couple years, when that park is open, when there is an actual thing, it's a lot easier to talk about than the abstract of, should we buy a park and develop it? There will be an actual, like, this, all else going well, this winter, construction will be rolling, right? Like, it'll be tangible in a way a year from now that it wasn't 5 years ago. And so it will be a different conversation for sure. And if we can show that we are delivering those, maybe on a smaller scale without extra money, but using the O2 fund and other resources that we have, deliver some of those things, and then be able to go people and maintain the accountability. And that's where the thought about participatory budgeting has come into my head, that some of this can be council priorities, but it can also be community priorities that are coming in through some formal process that people can engage with.
So at this point, I want to, I mean, we're way behind time, but let's move on to the final 2 questions because they're interconnected with each other. We can go to they kind of deal with mechanics. If we decide that we do want to go try again for the levy this year, 2 questions we need to address. How much should the levy be for? And when should we go for it? Which election? In terms of how much, I think we've kind of answered that question already in these discussions, that we need to figure out, come up with specific numbers. What is our reserve target? How much do we want in each bucket? And that will help us make the decision of what magnitude of a levy do we need to accomplish that goal. In terms of the when, we have the August primary and the November general election this year. In terms of timing, it's mid-February now. I believe our deadline, if we went for the August primary, we'd have to make a decision by May 1st, beginning of May. If we want to go for the November general, we need a decision by the beginning of August. So with that in mind, are there thoughts on, what time frame we need to come up, make these decisions about reserves that would allow us to make a decision about what the levy looks like? Yes.
Well, we have 5 council meetings between the May deadline and now. And so I think that's plenty of time for us to thoroughly discuss basically what we would go out for. I'm just going to ask staff, is that enough time to prepare that you've heard what information we need to make a rational decision on this moving forward. So is that enough time basically for you to prepare? I'm looking at all the department heads.
For the May 1st deadline. Decision by your first meeting.
Right.
I don't think what's been asked for here today is entirely on staff. I think we're going to need some direction from you. it's, as far as preparing the documents, that you made us not a huge lift. So you will do this without any consulting help. We're way past that deadline. So I think the biggest thing going forward is council wants to run a levy this year. It's going to take a lot of groundwork by council and mayor, copies with the mayor, copies with council, reach people where they are, get that message out. But as far as the mechanics, give you a few documents, that either one, but
And I will,
some pretty timely decisions on council of what the buckets look like, and which, if it's August, November this year, or sometime in a future year. That's all.
so given basically that there will be, our Director Vaughn's going to be sending out to the departments in June, hey, what's your budget going to be like for next year? And by September, it's going to come to us. I think it would be less disruptive of that process to go for the earlier one than the later one. So basically making a decision in November, it would basically put the budget, we'd have essentially 2 council meetings to figure out, if the levy goes one way or goes the other way, what we need to do. So that would be my concern.
I'm leaning towards spending a little bit more time with the community. I think one thing we heard last time is it felt too fast for them. I think partially because it was over the summer and a lot of people weren't around. And then a lot of people were gone in August, and the next thing you know, we're right up onto it. I would be interested in hearing my fellow council members' opinion on doing something that's maybe a special February, April, because what we can do during the budget cycle is sort of prepare some provisos, like, okay, here's some areas that we will do a budget adjustment if we have the levy. Not only that, but it makes that very clear to the community, what do I get with my levy? We've already outlined it. But it doesn't distract from the department's, need to get to where we are now by the end of the year, so they can, so I'm thinking about workload. I'm thinking about amount of time for the community to be able to digest the information we're giving them. They may feel like if we're turning it around too quickly and we aren't listening to them, because they're like, I want to know more. That's what I heard a lot.
I agree with that.
I was going to say those same things. You said them before me. So thank you you said them better than I was going to say it. You've got a lot more experience with this than I do, but I see August and November here. And my first thought was, what about February? We'll have a new biennial budget by then. We'll have an understanding of where our reserve is or where our unallocated funds are going to be for that next biennium. And there's a better conversation, I think, to be had with the community about, we told you we were spending reserves, we're spending reserves, we're doing it again for a second biennium. Here's the things that have been compromised. Here's the opportunities we have to fund if the community wants to back a levy.
And I think possibly a little bit of eating crow would not be a bad idea, is to say, we heard you and we understand that we did ABC things. These 3 things we could have done better with the last levy, and we're remedying that by doing these next steps. I think that that might render a little bit more trust in the process.
Moving in February also avoids the confusion that people had about the new property assessments coming out in the midst of
Separates them a bit.
needless confusion, but that every other city that does this has managed to come out the other side of along the way. But if we do it outside that same period, then no one has to be confused by it.
Something I would just point out, there are trade-offs, of course, that while if we aim for a February 2027 election, then the new property tax would take effect in 2028. So the drawback would be that we essentially have another year draining the general fund. The advantage would be we would have more time to have these discussions about what is our specific reserve target, how do we have buckets, how do we communicate how we're partitioning the general fund. We'd have more opportunity to engage the community. I could go either way. I mean, I don't want it to seem like we are trying to cram this down anyone's throat, that we're rushing it too much. But I also feel that the longer we wait, the bigger the levy is going to have to be, because we're we're gonna have to dig ourselves out of an ever big and beginning hole.
I totally agree.
Is that true though? If I were to think about the 50% of the population that voted no on it, the message seemed to be spend down some of those unallocated funds. It's not a hole that we have to dig out of until we get to a certain level. If we spend down our unallocated funds and get to a new plateau, that's the opportunity I see, is to respect that feedback from the community. In fact, do deliver a budget that spends down some of that unallocated reserve, and then put a levy in front of the population that says we want to stabilize here.
So if we could determine the 3 buckets, the reserve, budget stabilization fund, the strategic opportunity buckets, through budget and finance and council discussion by May, then we'll be able to see what does the landscape look like over the next biennium based off of those pieces being kind of identified. And if we feel like trying to get to an August decision, it makes sense, then we can make that decision. Or we can opt for the special election, which does cost us a little more money because we don't normally do that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm special election for the only one on the ballot.
Yeah,
But that's,
because we cost
swing
share.
there.
We cost share for the general and the primary, but this is just us and we have to cover
Well,
costs.
you're talking about a lot of work,
Oh, yeah.
and you would honestly need to be done in March budget, right? As council would need to discuss this in open session at council meetings where people can hear such things and make a decision by pass a resolution first meeting in April. So that's the time crunch that we're up against. Just as I'm listening, I think that the Budget and Finance Committee is a place where these discussions begin about the buckets and start guiding around some ideas of numbers and what that might be. It also seems like something that, would, to Councilmember Muhlenberg, be part of your budget discussion. Into your budget, allocate those dollars. So that budget, so just that there's plenty of opportunities there at a lot of touch points and with a plan. Also, Chief and I were the face, we make movies and we found out there's so much traction we don't have.
Yeah, how many views did those things get? Do you have statistics on all of that? I love those videos.
It's not chat.
So
We're not movie stars, we won't be on the red carpet.
Phil, I have a practical question for you. If we go for a February 2027 election, what is our deadline to send that to the county?
That's that guy, that's not me.
Well, I'm guessing if it's 3 months after November, so August, so basically.
If I recall correctly,
It's May 1st for August.
November.
I mean, basically
It's
by,
before.
so by election day of this year, we would need to make a final decision about going for a February.
Yeah.
Just one other wrinkle to throw in, not wrinkle, just one other comment to throw in the mix. It's important to always consider what else is coming on the ballot. And I do, there's several, and there's other factors too. I mean, those things you can sort of game out from the standpoint of you don't want to be piggybacking on a whole bunch of other local issues. People get confused and justifiably so. I think the other thing is, yeah, so if you're saddled, if you're on the same ballot as a bunch of other different things, it can be really challenging, or even one other one can get very, very confusing. We've seen that before where people got confused between Shoreline and Lake Forest Park. I mean, some things you can help, some things you cannot. But the other thing is the question of where the farther out we go, the less understanding we have about the broader economic outlook. And so the horizon is the way these things are. Nobody can predict the future, but we can certainly interpolate forward a little bit. And so the question of timing, in my mind, if the council is choosing to do this, it would be August or February. It would not be November. I think November midterms, I think, could get very confusing, and there are other levies region-wide that are percolating that may draw, a lot of chatter and things that distract from the messaging and the real conversation. So those are my 2 cents worth. I would suggest that rather than allowing Parkinson's law apply, that the task will expand to the time allotted it, you set yourself a sort of a deadline of having the conversations amongst yourselves and figuring out what you want and budget finance, et cetera, and get to a certain place regardless of what date you choose. If you're going to do it, the outreach is going to be the bigger push, right? And investment.
And that's my concern about August is the outreach will happen primarily kind of end of school and over the summer. I think we struggle to reach people then because they're
Not
doing
home.
things.
Of course.
Which is my fear about August.
We were shooting for November before. And so the discussion was mostly in the fall.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, so, it seemed not to matter that much.
But at least
honestly.
people's minds are understanding that maybe they know what questions to ask now, but maybe we know what questions to answer before they ask it now.
But maybe it was the type.
But if
of
they're not around, we
communication.
can't do that.
The type of communication.
Yeah. It's not an easy thing. I think leaning into seeing if we can take it far enough as a council, budget committee and council by like the end of April to be able to then pull a trigger one way or the other. I think by then we can know, can we adequately describe what it is that we need out of this levy? Or if we're still not in agreement, then we know it's not something that we can communicate adequately to the community. And I hate to leave it open like that.
I'd say if it's budget and finance by the end of April, then it's either November or February.
Yeah, well, I think it would have to be budget finance through.
What I'm hearing is practically,
around November, right now.
we would, in order to get on the August ballot,
Scared.
we'd have to have March budget and finance consensus on buckets, April city council consensus on levy rate. And all of those stars would need to be aligned in order for us to vote by the end of April.
No, first
Which-
meeting of April.
Yeah.
You don't have till the end.
You
of
got
April.
5 meetings.
So I would remind
Oh.
you that we weren't going to make decisions here, so I think you might want to think amongst yourselves on this one, because it's a weighty decision. And I think to try and make it sitting right here is asking too much of yourselves.
The deadline for February.
Well, I think it's really important that we've defined the process of how to come to the decision, because that's what was missing before. And so now that there's a process for that, then I'm more comfortable with pursuing.
If the
The
stars
rest.
align, then we go there. If it's that easy for us to define it, it can be that much easier to describe to the community. If we can't define it by then we know we're gonna need the extra time.
We can also call special meetings too.
We can, in fact.
And then a question for Tom, if we are aiming for February 27, would that be enough of an on-ramp if we wanted a consultant to assist us with some of these communications?
Likely
We could
a
get
short term, even if it was just a communication strategy, not the level of support we had last time. This fall, yeah, you could probably get somebody on
I think so.
to help with communications.
I think so. The only, and we can talk about this more in budget, finance, et cetera. I do think about budget timing. It means that during the budget cycle, if it is February, for example, I'm just gaming this out. If you chose to put something on the ballot in whatever it looks like in February, we'd have to look at sort of. I think the budget is going to be even more restrictive. Well, not more restrictive. It's going to be informed by the timing.
Yes.
Meaning we're going to have to make sure that regardless of the outcome, we're extremely focused. So.
And I think honestly, there might be a benefit to that this is the best we can do this budget cycle. This is what we've had to give up. We can say that and then say in February, you can see what you're gonna get back. You can see where we can get with this benefit of cost sharing this deficit that we have with the community. versus it being during the budget cycle where things are still in motion. So it might be an easier conversation to have with the community. It does delay us a year in actually receiving revenue, which is not something I think we enjoy, but if it helps the community truly understand what's happening and getting them behind us, I think that's worth it.
Yeah.
Josh.
Oh, Josh, sorry.
In terms of timing, the other thing to think about, I did some ballot chasing at the end of the election, and so I sort of had a hypothesis in my head about who the voters were that went for it and that would be the most likely to respond well when I knocked on their door. And it was like, and like, obviously the ballot chase is a different sample than the full electorate, but it wasn't necessarily people who already had high tax burdens that seemed hesitant for this. It was often newer residents, younger, sort of median and younger, and obviously the ballot chase is, as a lot of it is people who are newer voters, just by the nature of who doesn't have their signatures up to date with the elections office. So, which makes me feel like the people that a larger electorate is probably on balance better. And I worry a little bit about a February ballot for that, although obviously it works well for the school levies. 70% of the public went for the school levy. So, there's options there. I think the other thing that taking a longer runway gives us is more time to simply talk about the budget, where we're not worried about electioneering on the city's voice. We're just talking about the budget process and trying to get clarity from people about what they would like to spend money on. And I think the more that this is responsive to community demands and not something that the community feels like is coming, the council asking them for money, but the council saying, this is how we provide you with what you want, the easier it's going to be whenever it goes out. And so if having a longer runway for that, to do that communication, to have those conversations, it may be better to go a little bit longer than to try to rush it. And tie our hands in how much communication we can do.
I mean, I fear if we rush it and it fails again, I mean, then what does that do for us after that? It's going to be really hard to break something back to the community. So I think we really do need to do it right. I appreciate what you said, Paula, about let's eat a little crow. Let's spend some more time with the community. Let's speak to them on the things that they brought up that they feel like we didn't communicate with them, which we tried, but we maybe just didn't do a good enough job. So
I think it's always important to tell the community what we hear, or if we did make a mistake. It's always shows we're listening.
Another thing that we should also be watching for that, I mean, with right now in Olympia, there's all the conversation about a millionaire's tax, and I'm sure that will wind up with ballot initiatives following on to it and a lot of messaging around taxation. And we're going to want to think about how we time anything that we do relative to that or to other, as the mayor said, any other big initiatives that might be messaged down the road.
With the amount of communication, it's a really quick statement. The amount of communication we do shouldn't be depending on pass or fail, though. Because we can communicate that every ear heard in our city and it still fails. And then we go back to the drawing board and say, did we communicate enough? So we can't value the amount of communication based on those results, because we did a lot of communicating. I did a lot with Rotary and my community and our videos, and we can compound all that and say, well, it failed, so we didn't communicate enough. I don't feel that's the way it was. Our community really knew about this. And which I was surprised at how close it actually was in the results. So that tells me a lot of people don't want to pay more taxes. They just don't feel the city is paying for the stuff properly, or whatever there is for the no crowd. And then the yes crowd completely agreed and wanted to do this. So just keep that in mind, that we can communicate a lot, and we did a lot, but don't put the value on it if it loses. It's just, Just wanted to say that, because it hits us hard with the word we, with Shoreline Area News, with LFP Town Crier, with all of, I was on the radio and gave an interview there. I mean, like, we got the word out. So that's maybe a little defensive, but I wanted to say that.
So I'm hearing you want to do it again.
Well, I just make the point too, as we discuss, going through the budget cycle and saying, well, if it passes, we can give this to the community. You're gonna need to give that a lot of thought, because the last measure, all it was doing was status quo. All we were asking for was to cover that delta. And so as you think about how you put the three buckets together, I think that's where your conversation comes in. If this passes, these buckets will be here to do X, Y, and Z, because we're covering the delta with the levy. So then you're doing something with the money, those one-time dollars that you got. Otherwise, you have to go back to Councilmember Rosenau's point of, give us 10% more and we'll do all these great things. So just is messaging, and we'll figure that out at the time.
I think that's a very good point, and also to the chief's comment too. I think the communication, you could, woulda, coulda, shoulda, these kinds of things. It was very close. One of the things that I think that could be done very differently, it was the response to complete falsehoods in this community. There was absolutely very, very smart people in this community that chose to fabricate things, and I've held them to task, and I will continue to hold them to task for that. It's not okay, and they know better, and yet they spread the falsehoods, not because they chose to, because they were specifically against the police or whatever else. It was more, they just didn't want to pay the taxes. That's okay. I will accept them to say, I want to pay taxes, but I will not accept falsehoods, full stop. That's not okay, and we all know that. So I think that's the place in communication that we have to have. Make sure that it's an immediate, when somebody says that the sky is whatever color and it's not, go look, tell them, here's the fact, there it is, because that really, the community should be better than that. And there was a handful of people that did that quite extensively. So
I wanted to talk about the communication, because I think that I wanted to make a point with, yes, the chief and all of you did really well with the outward communication, but I think because it was so fuzzy, it was fuzzy. In other words, there wasn't defined minimums. It was just, give us your money and we'll take care of you. So now that there's more concrete of what the structure is going to be like, and so the same amount of communication talking about that would have a lot more effect than the same amount of communication before, when it was fuzzier. So I want to acknowledge the amount of communication that was done, but it was more of a fuzzy message than what we might bring forward now.
Yeah, and I think just tying those two together, the fuzzier it is, the more they can bring falsehoods that seem true.
Right.
The clearer we are and more
Yes.
defined, the harder it is for them to be able to.
sure. Oh, I agree. That is point well taken.
And also,
Yeah.
big picture, we did a lot better in 2025 than 2021. I think we learned a lot from the failed levy in 2021 about making it more concrete. And maybe it wasn't concrete enough, but it was definitely more concrete than in 2021. And so we took those lessons. We'll take the lessons from 2025 and apply that to a future levy. I think this was a really good conversation, so I'm glad we had it. I think we have some next steps on the council side, focusing on how we want to sort of organize the budget and the reserve, the general fund and the reserves. So I think we have some really good next steps to help build the framework for a future levy. And I think it's probably time to move on, because I've given Tracy.
Can I ask one question? Just, we are allowed to, budget and finance becomes the full council when we are reviewing the budget. This is tied to the budget. Do we want to invite the whole council to budget and finance for this period, so that it's, we're in lockstep in knowledge along the way there?
I would find
Similar.
I would find that appropriate.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes,
That's
or we could just reclassify it as a special council meeting rather than a budget and finance
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah, I mean,
There's mechanisms.
Especially if you want more than one per month.
And so,
Exactly, yeah.
so now at this point, I guess I'll turn it back over to Tracy. He has negative 14 minutes to talk about council priorities.
I will 16.
I've got a graph that shows that it's red.
I know you got a graph. Okay, well, thanks, Council, and thanks for that discussion.
There's always got a question in the back.
Okay, yeah, okay, I appreciate the point, Chad. All right, so, yeah, so I didn't mind spending the time on this because this is, the budget is one of the big things we have to consider. So I love giving all of you the time to air this out because I think we got a little bit more clarity. So, all right, so for this part, basically it's just that priorities thing I was talking about at the very beginning. So in other words, we all got elected on particular topics or topics, and this is a good time how we can all come together to agree on some joint goals that we can work for the rest of the council term. So I guess basically, I don't think I have a slide to put up there, but what you do have is in front of you the summary report from the previous retreat. And there are these broad, you know, I guess basically what I would call headings. So starting on the front page, it was improve mobility infrastructure, followed by create financial stability plan, increase the availability of housing, climate plan administrator, public safety, and then there's this whole bit on other discussion topics. And you note that especially when you start driving into other discussion topics, they're very granular. It's very, very down at the, you know, for instance, resolve McKinnon Creek Trail issues very soon, you know, down to really that level. And I think I'd like to stay out of that level and just be that step up where under improved mobility infrastructure, where the discussion led into things like, you know, connectivity and specific areas of the city that need to be served and things like that. So if we can keep the discussion at that level, I'd like to do kind of a round robin on, first of all, do we need to add any other headings besides, I was just going to use this as a template and starting with improving mobility structure all the way through the ones that I've read. I'll use those as a template. Are there any other broad templates that you would like to see here besides the one that I already listed? I should have had a slide on this.
I mean, we've heard of it today, community engagement seems to be something that we've brought up a few times, so maybe we should have that.
Love it. Anything else? I can't see Josh. Thanks.
Tracking,
Oh,
He's there.
he just turned his camera.
tracking of these, I mean,
Oh,
like a snapshot tracking of these issues.
okay. So assessment essentially.
Yeah, like a high level of this is it
Progress
done, is it
tracking.
in progress, is it finished?
Right.
And I do want to mention for the new folks, so what we did 2 years ago was kind of create our goals and sort of, it was kind of like a 2-year progression. So this is the halfway through the 2-year report.
Right.
I imagine we're sort of looking similarly today, is that right?
We are.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in the past, we've actually put up those big, what are they called? The
Posted boards.
Posted of these, yeah, okay. And
I'm glad we-
written them on there, but I think, you know, in the interest of time, we'll just round robin this one and I'll take notes. All right, so if there's no other topics, then we'll just go through. And what I want to do is basically try to, it's okay to basically repeat somebody else's, but do mention that you're repeating somebody else's or enhancing somebody else's, and that way it'll make my note taking a little bit easier. All right, so and what we did was basically start off with a different person each time, so everybody got to express at least a fresh idea at the beginning of one of the topics. So I'm going to start with Matt. And Matt, if you want to start us off on improved mobility infrastructure.
I mean, I have two things in my notes that I think relate to this that come out of conversations I've had with the community. Healthy streets / safe streets, different things. They have two different names to them, but they have an interaction there. I kept a list as I was walking and talking to neighbors of places that were looking for healthy streets. I got a lot of feedback from people that people don't understand what that means, how it's implemented, how to be, what do they need to do. I had one community say we collected our 70% signatures and then we're told we didn't need the signatures. I had another community say, I've heard about this program, but I don't know how to get involved with it. I'd love to bring structure to that. There's 4 specific streets on here that came up frequently in my conversations. I can share those, or I can share those later. And this,
we can mention them for the record if you like.
yeah, I mean, one was, you know, Sally and the crew that came to the council meeting. I think that's 41st and 181st, or those
40th and 182nd.
40th. I was off by 1 digit on each in the wrong direction. So
it averaged out fine.
Yeah. Lago and 23rd is another one. That neighborhood is very excited about the Healthy Streets opportunity. They would love to. There's a theme here, by the way, which is the entry roadways to our city. And maybe that's my broader theme. I want to make Lake Forest Park the most undesirable city to drive through.
Agreed.
I'm dead serious.
Oh, no, I'm totally with you.
204th coming up off of 61st up over Horizon View. People cut up in the mornings and the evenings. That is a high speed, high travel. People come up, they go down that hill really fast to cut over to the freeway. That's an entry point to our city. 23rd and Lago, another entry point to our city. So those 2 in particular, 40th and 182nd, and then 37th, which ties into the school zone and all of that as well. I've lived here for 47 years. We've talked about sidewalks for me to walk to Brookside or to Briarcrest when I was a kid 47 years ago. 47 years later, still don't have those things. And the 2 sidewalks that did get put in at Brookside felt like they were shoved down the community's throat. There's a lot of resentment about the one on the north side of the road and not the south side of the road. I heard a lot of feedback from folks at the Stewardship Foundation about the impact on the swale and on stormwater as a result of slamming those sidewalks in. So there's a whole healthy, safe streets component to it. And then the second thing that came up all the time was this transportation connectivity. We have this great new light rail station at 185th, and there's no way except to drive or walk to get there from Lake Forest Park. And so I know that's a broader and longer topic that involves a lot of regional conversations, but we're being underserved by mass transit in this community. And the tiny garage that's been built at the one rail station that we do have access to is overwhelmed with parkers by 7:30 in the morning and is not usable by most of our community who doesn't go in that early. So in mobility infrastructure, those would be the 2 topics that I'm most passionate about.
Well, to Matt's point, I think we should put a flashing sign at each entry point of Lake Forest Park that says, "Warning, you're entering Lake Forest Park." No, really.
For that.
No,
Let's take up and see what happens.
You know, people are saying, where does Lake Forest Park and Shoreline begin? I think that put at the main streets, that is a good idea to put a sign, or even a solar powered warning. But yes. But I think tracking of these things is good. I mean, I hate to keep bringing that up, but people keep bringing up the same things over and over and over again. And, you know, I'm sure that they're on a list somewhere, but let's figure out where those lists are.
So for my part, yeah, I think mine is basically just the transportation desert that is south of Ballinger. Literally, basically that, you know, what's the jitney service called? Metroflex, I believe. Yeah, Metroflex basically serves north of Ballinger, but not south of Ballinger. North of Ballinger is alternatives to some degree. There are some bus lines that go up there, but south of Ballinger, no, there's nothing. And so to your point, to Matt's point about 185th light rail station being underserved, that's a big reason is that most of the people who would use that station can't get there very easily. So I think just whether it's through the Seashore Forum or just direct talks with Metro or whoever, we need to basically get more last mile service to basically these places. I'll add to that point. I know that Larry's going to bring this up too. We need to talk to Sound Transit. We need to talk to Metro. We need to talk to folks who basically have some say over the bus routes. Specifically, things like the 372 being broken into 2 pieces. things like basically the 145th and State Route 522 bus stops being moved into like really, really difficult to access positions where it takes 6 minutes to walk just to get from, you know, your you get your transfer, right? So that's not good. So I think, you know, I applaud Sound Transit for basically trying to basically talk to us, but you know, sometimes I feel that we're not really being heard, and we really need to basically work with them. Well, I think frankly need to work with us as partners in terms of basically getting our people to the places they need to go.
So probably for me, for mobility infrastructure is we're on the precipice of actually sort of spending some money and doing stuff in our community. So I want to ensure that we are tracking where the money is being spent, who is benefiting from it, and making sure that it is being equitably. So keeping track of that in a map form so that communities don't feel like they're being left out anymore. And so really just bringing visibility to that equity of where we're putting in an investment. I mean, mobility infrastructure is one of the places that I've heard that, but I think that could also apply to some other investments as well.
Sure. You mean, for example, like our town center area and then extremity?
Yeah, and then that you know, the Northwest that has said, where have you been? You know, so
equal,
yeah.
Equalization.
Yeah, at the very least, give us daylight into where things are planned, and that can planning process.
I'm kind of jumping off what Summer said and echoing, I think, what I said at the retreat last year, having a holistic scoring system for projects. So that we can say, what will the project cost? What will the benefits be? Are there any special criteria? For instance, if a project serves young children or seniors, is that worth more? If it serves vulnerable populations or neighborhoods that haven't gotten investments before. And so having this holistic approach, and Shoreline does it already, but still theirs, basically having a holistic approach to what makes a project more valuable to the community. So that's something I want to see. I want to spend 002 funds. I want us to be able to show the community, you know, we've had these cameras up, and now here's what we have for them. We have this plan, you know, we're this much closer to getting sidewalks to the elementary schools. So I want us to be able to show concrete progress on traffic safety. And then with healthy streets, I think the chief, there's been some turnover with the traffic calming group, but there's a plan to speed up the healthy streets approach and how it's implemented. So I'd like to see some progress on that.
Thank you. I can add part of all of what kind of we're saying. I think we need to revisit where our arterials are, our neighborhood arterials, just to really understand how those are bisecting neighborhoods, how those are being used as the entry points that perhaps we want to funnel people to, and keeping them out of it. So just kind of revisiting that, like 40th wants to be a healthy street, but it's also an arterial. So like just us spending some time looking at that.
Don't forget Josh.
Yep.
Oh, John.
And I think, you know, sort of teeing off of that, and the downside of going last is that I agree with everything everyone already said. So yeah, I mean, having being clear about what the arterials are, and having, as these changes are made, being really holistic about the analysis. That we've gotten complaints about the cut through traffic coming from the cameras going over to Perkins, and Perkins already needs work. We were talking about 37th and Sheridan Heights, but 37th by LFP Elementary, everyone who lives along there talks about it's a steep hill. And especially during when the school cameras are active, people going to do school drop off go up the hill on 195th and then just take their feet off the pedals and pick up speed going down that hill on 37th so that they can avoid the camera. And there's no calming at all on the street in a school zone. So it's things like that where it's it doesn't always feel like all the pieces are put together. And so just being sure that we're being really comprehensive about that. I've mentioned a priority of getting ahead of things like the construction, which I'm sure that there's going to be issues. And making, you know, it's on here already, and Larry mentioned it, holistic approach, a streets matrix to ensure equity and to ensure that and visibility, just that the public should be able to see that these things are happening, that they know to the degree that people understand that those monies are earmarked, which not everyone does, but to the degree that people are aware that we have money set aside for street safety, make it clear that it is really happening. And I was going to make a joke about being concrete, that we don't need always to be concrete. We can do it with paint. We can do it with flower pots. It can be small scale. You know, it should not be possible to find the shoreline LFP city limits by seeing the traffic circles in Briarcrest on one side of that weird zigzag border and no calming on our side. I don't know what it costs to put those circles in, but they don't look like they spend a whole lot of money on them. But having something like that on our side of that border so that the entire area has comparable calming, as an example of the sort of things that I think could be relatively simply done. In the campaign, I spoke a lot about trying to do using flower pots or other things that I suspect that a lot of community members would rather buy their own than even have the city buy it for them so that they can pick it and so that they can maintain it. And then they would plant it. We've got master gardeners. We've got a lot of people who like doing that, but doing that to narrow some of those roads, force people to slow down. Again, it can be relatively inexpensive and relatively low burden on the city, but roll things out at a reasonable pace.
So low cost, traffic calming, things.
Low cost, quick deployment.
Quick deployment, traffic
Traffic
calming, yeah, got it.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't know if I have this particular dictatorial power, but I'll suggest this. But you all, let's see, Josh, Larry, and Sarah, you all mentioned holistic scoring system or way of tracking basically these particular kinds of projects. Would you guys mind forming a subcommittee to basically come up with a document that the rest of council could look at, which is this kind of scoring system? Because I'm having a hard time imagining what one would look like. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really sure what's meant by that. And and also some ideas on how it would be implemented. Like, would it be a council thing? Would it be a public works thing? That kind of.
Required reading then would be NACTO city guidelines. Okay, so NACTO city guidelines has some templates for scoring in terms of assessment of roads and things like that. And so for those of you that haven't read it before, we adopted that as a policy manual quite some time ago. We did. So, and it's very effective. And it's allowed us to make jokes about the 85th percentile when it comes to engineering. So,
Would that also mean, would that be priority scoring too? Or would I? So
it's
because there's two
about
things.
safety scoring, but I think it gives a great primer on how to create a matrix to score for prioritization. Because I would assume that it would
I
be
gave you that.
connected to safety. Trying to get the if you're trying to solve an issue with a blind corner and a crosswalk that's not there, and it scores higher because you're a school.
Sure.
Those kinds of
That makes sense.
Sure. I think
And you could certainly add to it geographic diversity or community diversity. You could add to it, completing a certain walking route as a prioritization that we would want to have. And that's a theme that I've come back to a lot, is not wanting to talk necessarily about walkability, but about where we're walking to, and then use that as the guide to where we need the infrastructure to make the streets safe to walk on.
That's good.
And I have
Yeah, go ahead.
slightly an add-on to the create disadvantages to cut through. I know we have our own speed feedback signs, but we have talked about that Vera Mobility does in fact have mobile ticketing units as well. So I think perhaps looking into, is that something that we would want to look into to start kind of showing people that, like, this is not a through, 40-mile-an-hour street for you. It has other impacts on all the other stuff that comes with being ticketed, but
I mean, I'd love to pile onto that. I love our cameras. I've been the biggest advocate of those cameras for 2 decades, and I'm thrilled that they all exist, and I'm glad they now operate 24/7. I'm also deeply aware of the push out effect that has caused, because people now know exactly where those cameras are. 178th, that street has gotten dangerous from 33rd up to 15th, because people hit 33rd and they start to go 35 miles an hour to get to reclaim that time to get up to the freeway.
That's why the proposal was to expand the zone on both ends, and then the data that came back was not necessarily supportive of that, but we're going to be double checking that data. Because I don't, anecdotally, on both ends of 178th, you get up to 28th up there, people are flying.
Yeah.
And they're flying down and they slow down in the zone.
Yeah.
And I really believe that the low hanging fruit when it comes to pedestrian safety there are the cameras first, extending the zone, and then getting additional pedestrian safety put in the mix.
Or putting mobile cameras in so that
Yeah.
it's not always in the exact same place to create uncertainty about where
Or
Trick
where
'em.
they're using
Trick
the.
'em. Good trick the people.
Well, I mean,
it's
or
about
where they're like,
making it an
yeah.
unhospitable place to drive through.
yeah.
We
or
want
where
them on
they're
state routes,
avoiding the
not
cameras.
on our residential streets.
Yes.
Yeah.
104 and 522. I mean, I'm guessing that, not getting into the weeds here, but I'm guessing at least 40% of our traffic is people cutting through because they're avoiding the traffic on 104 or 522, or that's their route because they want to get to our community, not because they're going anywhere right nearby or anything else. So put them over on 104 or 522. It's really not going to take them that much more time.
And I think modal filters on some of those streets that we don't want traffic on could be really valuable. I mean, 37th in Sheridan Heights could probably work with modal filters so that you simply cannot cut through. You can drive into a neighborhood, but you cannot get from 165th to 155th.
What's that adjective you used in front of filter?
Modal.
Okay.
So basically, I mean, it can be bollards in the street. It can be an ecology block in the middle of the street. So you can bike around it, you can walk around it, but you can't drive through it.
Well, they did it on 30th back in the 80s. They just dead ended it before it gets to Ballinger Way.
Right.
Yep.
But you can't do that if it's an arterial, right?
That's correct. And again, we can't control what the designations are, but there's certainly things you can do. Take a look at Seattle's done. Look at it first. They put speed humps, chicanes, they've done all sorts of things. And cameras.
So would you folks be interested in basically working on that idea?
On the scoring.
Yeah, the score.
Kind of that whole scoring package. I'm okay with that. Josh, good?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And one thing in terms of using something like that, I wonder, there used to be I think a transportation committee that the city had. I wonder if it would be worth, as an adjunct to this may be a longer conversation and I'm happy to table it if so, but as an adjunct to the traffic safety group, or with the traffic safety group as essentially ex officio members of a panel that also has community members, so that we're getting that community feedback into the process more, without interfering with the ability of the city to just do stuff when it needs to get done, to also include that community feedback on a more formal basis.
I'm trying to remember that there was a group like that.
Yes,
It
there was
a
commission, transportation.
Right,
Commission.
okay, that's
It
what I
was-
thought, yeah.
It was dissolved in 2015.
Yeah, and it was disbanded, but there's no reason they can't bring it back. But yeah, I think basically we'd have to have a larger discussion with administration about the staff capacity for being able to say, be sitting in on those kinds of meetings and things like that. So
yeah,
let's basically keep talking about it and let me find out basically what the capacity is for staff.
Or perhaps simply a task force at this level to get us through this hump of defining things.
Exactly. Right.
Might be useful.
Right. Okay, so gonna move on to the next one. I'm gonna ask Paula to basically lead us in the lead off on the creative financials. Right?
Well,
this topic feels like we beat it up as we talked about the levy to me.
Yes, yes,
So-
we did. But like it's identified here, citizen committee and outreach and education, consideration of ways to enhance revenues. We talked a lot about that today. So I think that just reconfirming what we've talked about today.
Okay.
Because I think we beat that.
We did strike that drum fairly firmly. For my part, basically on the financial stability plan is, I think it'd be kind of neat to expand our GIS so that we can actually show where the money is being spent in the city. So in other words, right now you can go on there and see where our streams are, even the health of the streams and things like that. But in terms of basically how we allocate our dollars, it'd be kind of neat to be able to see which parts of the city. I mean, some of them are big and broad, like for instance, public safety, that's all over the place. But in terms of like public works projects, in terms of even public works spending on maintenance and operations, that might be a possibility. So this is, very out there, but because basically GIS systems are going to become the way in which we communicate a lot of governmental information in the future, I think we should get our foot in the door at least on that, especially since AI is getting so good at doing stuff like that. So.
Would that also include an option for people that might not know how to operate the GIS?
Right, that's one of the things that's wonderful is the user interface on a lot of these things is becoming so intuitive. It's almost like literally going to a touch screen and touching, if you can spot yourself on a map, right? Being able to touch a spot like that.
I'm just going to repeat from earlier, and that's for me, having the budget and finance and council update the policies around the stabilization council budget accounts or funds, getting those kind of revamped. I think that's going to be a big piece that'll help us with stability.
I have nothing to add beyond our in-depth conversation earlier.
Josh?
Yeah, I think we covered a lot of this pretty well earlier. I'll just re-emphasize the public engagement part of it. I think doing, whether it's sort of national night out kinds of things or barbecues, or not just at town center, not just at city hall, but really trying to get out and make the city's work as tangible as possible to people so that they understand what does the city spend money on and how does the city's spend affect their lives, and make clear how small a fraction of their tax burden is actually going to us in the city.
Thank you.
Larry, I'm not going to pile on here. I think we really hammered on this subject.
I have an add-on.
Go ahead.
I think we all need Ask Me About the Budget t-shirts that we can wear whenever we're out at an event or a farmer's market.
Well, a little Target printed on there.
Oh, yeah, there's a Target on the back.
All right.
I can see, hold on, I can see onesies for the little kids.
Oh, yeah.
Wow,
Let's
no.
say, call Lindsay.
Lindsay's phone number right there. I'm
I don't know
almost not
what happened to my
joking. I mean,
phone.
that's
Yeah.
like,
Oh, I know.
I think we should have something
They
that
fell
we
out the
can.
window.
That would be funny. That would be good.
We'd be like tethered goats at the farmer's market kind of thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, so on the next one, increased availability of housing. I'm going to mix it up and ask Josh to lead us off on this one.
I was skipping ahead because I thought that I was going to be waiting. Yeah, I mean, so this is an area where the planning commission has been having conversations that I'll just add. They would very much like council's feedback on if there are particular directions that, as the topic of affordability and the topic of availability of housing and this broad supply is a really big ball of wax. And so I think that we did set a time at a committee of the whole meeting coming up to dig deeper on that, if I remember correctly, or we had talked about doing that. So we don't need to get into all of that here, but I think that really defining some concrete goals that we want to hit in terms of what it means for us to be affordable. What it means is that do we want to, I mean, not that we have money to spend on it, but do we want to be spending money on building properties on or subsidizing particular sorts of things that then are deed restricted in some way or that are owned by the city or a nonprofit that by mission does that? That's big A affordability. And in what sense do we want to promote small A affordability of just making smaller, less expensive things? To what degree do we want to loosen zoning or other limitations on developers to make it cheaper and easier to build more? And at what point are we losing something that we feel is important about Lake Forest Park that we all got here for, right? And that's the fundamental challenge. And I've said this before that I feel like urgency around this is probably the important thing, that any decisions we make this year are going to relate to the housing that's available in a decade. And so when the problem will be only worse. So I would just encourage us to be as vigorous about this as we can be without making horrific mistakes. But that long timeline also means that the opportunity, there's room to correct mistakes. And so, you know, are we prioritizing cottages? I know that that's a topic of discussion. Is it for environmental reasons, for climate reasons, for affordability and buildability reasons? What sort of shared structures are we interested in? Is it townhouses are sort of a default assumption, I think, for a lot of developers? That's where a lot of the market seems to be. Does that fit the vibe of Lake Forest Park that we're trying to go for? Or do we want to offer building incentives? This is the other conversation that the Planning Commission has been having for some time, where you make it, you add height, you add coverage on the lot, there are other things that you can loosen up to make it easier to build on a particular lot if you're building it the way that we want. What are the things that we want? That's what the Planning Commission is asking us for. And so that's something that we should really think hard about. I had suggested to Tracy that maybe we should all, one of these days, bring just a picture of a relatively recently built development that we do want in Lake Forest Park, that we can all sort of look at together and start to think and make it concrete of like, what would it actually take to build more of this? What in current zoning would forbid the construction of something like this? And what incentives might we create to loosen those restrictions so we can actually build some of the things that we do want? Because there are things I think that we as a group do all probably agree that we would like to see more of. And obviously neighborhood cafes and small scale retail are the other part of it's housing adjacent at least, and can create financial support for more housing. And depending how we set it up, could be, if we're expanding retail zones around some of the other outside of town center, then that might be an opportunity to talk about having stacked flats with retail on the bottom next to local 104 someplace, if that's something that neighborhood would be amenable to. Things like that then add housing and that also expand some of those retail zones to create walkable destinations, create other opportunities that the community might appreciate. So those are things that have been on my mind. I'm not sure that I don't know if that was concrete enough to help, but I think working with the Planning Commission to get those incentives teed up. And if there are other areas that we want to be working on, I think that's the other big question for them.
Yeah, I think, yeah, there's plenty to chew on there that we're concrete enough, so thanks. All right, so, Mary.
Oh, we're going to counterclockwise.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, so first a pitch for this Monday, 2 days from now at our COW. One of our 2 agenda items is going to be Planning Commission agenda and helping to sort of crystallize some of these ideas that we could then provide to the Planning Commission. So distilling this into more concrete ideas. For me, things I'd like to see, I would like to build off of what we did with middle housing and say, are there other types of middle housing that would work well? For instance, cottages. I would really like to see us do more with cottages, especially on some of the really large lots that we have in the city. Neighborhood business. It seems likely the state is not going to do anything with neighborhood business this year. And so it'll be up to us to decide, do we want neighborhood cafes and what might that look like? And will that help with affordability in the sense that if you don't have to drive as much because some of these amenities are closer, it just cuts down on resources that people need. So I suppose that's two things I'd like to see in terms of housing and related amenities.
Not much different. I think delicate density where appropriate, like cottage and courtyard housing. Reviewing the neighborhood, commercial zones. I mentioned that before in the past. And then as kind of copying what Josh was saying is, let's look at what is preventing development that would be appropriate for LFP. What are the developers, why are they avoiding us when we could use some really cool cottage housing? What is it that is preventing them from looking at our community to provide those amenities here? Very similar.
That's good. Yeah, to the stuff that's already been mentioned, delicate density, neighborhood commercial zones, and looking at other kinds of middle housing, which definitely have been supportive. I want to look at workforce housing, which is kind of allied, because it would be really nice to have more of our city staff, more teachers, more firefighters live in our community. That would be amazing. And as Josh mentioned, whether it's basically having, city subsidized housing or whatever, let's explore the possibilities. The thing I want to bring up is permit reform. It's a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago. There was this idea that we could have these housing plans that essentially were fast tracked. In other words, it wouldn't take 180 days to basically get the permit. It would take a lot less because the cities already have the plans on file. I'm just going to build this on the site. The site basically is appropriate for this, and it would be a lot quicker to basically be able to get the house, which would cut down the costs, of course, for any builder. So I know it's a little controversial, but the idea of basically, well, if we're really going to put our money where our mouth is, and we really do want to increase the housing stock and different kinds of housing stock out in the city, that might be something we look at. It's in line with what a lot of you were saying about removing impediments towards basically getting housing built in the city. So,
are you referring to pre-approved ADUs?
Pre-approved
And then
ADUs.
also there's a lot of those prefabbed ADUs that will be built to city codes. They all say that they will be built to city codes. So then it's just a matter of the site plan and what it takes to hook it up.
Exactly.
So it might be determining which of those fits that bill.
Exactly. It's going on to you then.
Same thing.
Okay.
No, I think that, there's so many ADUs now that are reported, hey, we'll build according to your city's code. And they're very flexible. They can be single or multi-story. And then it's just a matter of ground preparation, and they can be hauled in and plopped down and can fit in smaller, narrower spaces that might increase housing availability. I'm all for that.
I'm going to go slightly different direction on that, but I'm going to comment on those comments first. I attended the 30th Street short plat community meeting that happened at City Hall a few weeks ago. That was a fascinating experience. I'd love to have a beer with people and talk about it at some point, but my biggest takeaway from that was the developers have a mathematical equation they're using for what they're going to build. And it's about maximizing return on dollar per square foot built. And all of these things we've just talked about, unless we change the dynamics, cost structure, they're never going to build those things because they can make more by building the single family 3,600 square foot with 30% impervious surface on the lots that they have here in Lake Forest Park. Several of the most interesting there were two. I had two conversations while I was out canvassing that were fascinating conversations to me because not a stage in my life where this is a topic that would have ever occurred to me. but it was the topic of co-housing. I met one neighbor who had started with an Airbnb and it turned into long-term rentals for a couple of individuals. And over time, they just evolved into a co-housing.
You're talking about home share.
Home share, yep. And then our newest planning commission member at the last planning committee meeting, he also talked about co-housing. John. And then this week, the city of Shoreline hosted an Elderberry Commons event at the Shoreline Center. The answer to housing affordability may not be more housing stock. It may be more flexible ways to use the housing stock that we already have. And the biggest challenge with those co-housing things oriented around safety of the homeowner and vetting of the individuals that we're going to co-house and those elements of it. How do we as a city support those types of initiatives and take the pressure off of added density in our city, which is not a topic that our city loves in most of our neighborhoods, and instead focus it on better use of the properties that are here, particularly when a lot of the people I talked to, or the conversation was, I'm going to have to sell and move to a condo because the house is too big and I can't afford the property taxes anymore. Well, how do we help people stay in their home, or the maintenance? How do we help people stay in their home by creating mechanisms for safe co-housing?
That's home share.
There was a
That's
great
the
article in the New York Times yesterday about co-housing. So look it up, or I can find it and send it to you guys if you have probably PDF it too.
Well, the home share, there is an organization obviously called Home Share. That's where, John's real familiar with it. I brought it up at the last meeting, same thing. And they can come in and do a presentation if that's.
Yeah, I'm super interested. Like it was
Yeah, and
conversations were eye-opening for me.
I started talking to John about that at the last planning commission meeting, because it feels like something that I'm not even sure that the council would have to take much action to. Like, it sounds like something that we may be able to sort of pass off to city staff and work out an arrangement with one of the companies that sort of shepherds that arranges those roommates, and it may just be something that we could move relatively quickly. And yeah, but then it does also, Matt, the point you were making about the question about incentives gets to that question of what's affordable to build. That right now, if you can only use X percentage of the lot and you can only go so high, and this is the buildable envelope, then it may be that a single family house is all that pencils out for a developer. But that if you give them a bonus, if they add more units, they get to go up or they go out or do other things, and we have to decide which of those we want to allow them to do. That changes the calculus for them. And so that's the policy decision that we can make to try to shift that balance towards other housing forms that might not otherwise be economical for developers. And that can also be, I don't know, I haven't looked at in our code. People do build co-housing developments, right, that have large common spaces and essentially single bedroom sort of studio apartments attached to that are intentional co-housing facilities that are designed with that intention, and they may have a shared garage or a shared workspace, workshops for people, art space, whatever it is, if there's some particular idea for it. And things like that can be really interesting options for developing in the quirky and very individual way that Lake Forest Park, I think, has grown historically. And so if there are ways to facilitate things like that, to encourage forms of development that we think fit the community, I think, yeah, that's a place where we want to be sure that our existing code makes that as easy as possible and makes it at least as easy and affordable. And often things like that would be done by a nonprofit or by just a group of people who get together and are essentially serving as their own developer. They're not necessarily worried about the profit motive in quite the same way. And so what pencils for it can be different for that. If it's set up right.
Co-housing right now is something that I think is really important as an alternative for seniors. I know at least 7 households right now that are looking for options because outside of our community, because they can't aging place where they are here. And
I think we should
Well
take a
done.
quick look at the time.
Yeah. No, and so, yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Sorry.
There's, okay, so I identified three, at least sort of common themes here. One of them was basically related to considering neighborhood commercial spaces. One of them was considering co-housing, and the last was basically considering how our code might be adjusted so that it basically favors the kinds of density that we're interested in, as opposed to the kinds that are basically being shown, as shown by the 30th Street hearing we saw the other day. So now we can go a couple of routes on this. We can basically at the Monday Cal make these recommendations to the Planning Commission to add onto their work plan. Having said that, the other alternative is basically we form small committees, subcommittees of non-quorum members of council members to work on these, starting with looking at draft legislation or working legislation right now in cities around us. What have they figured out basically? Because we don't need to reinvent the wheel, of course. So what do you think? What do you guys think? What should we do on these three topics? Do we tackle it on Monday's Cal and basically recommend some of these to PC? Do you want to basically strike off on our own and then come to the PC later with a more fully formed idea?
Well, we've got the word. What were you supposed to be doing on that? Because we got budget stuff.
Well, Monday we've got the cow, we've got budget and PC recommend.
Work plan.
I mean, I think we should talk about it at the cow
Okay.
to see which one, maybe one is appropriate for getting directly to them, the other might need.
Pick the low hanging fruit maybe.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll keep these three topics on standby. We'll bring them up
Okay,
at the Cal
sounds
and
good.
then decide where to go from there. Okay, sounds good.
I'll say, I think, but my guess is that the planning commission would like more clarity on what we're thinking about in terms of commercial. And so I think that's something that we probably do, whether it's a subcommittee or some other structure, that's going to have to come from us. They've done a lot on the small A, especially affordability. And so if we point them in a direction and give them conceptual guidance, they can probably work on it pretty effectively for a while.
So we may come with different answers for different strategies for each of these three things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since we are running
Yeah.
behind,
Right.
do we want to do a time check with the group?
Oh, that's true. I mean, it's okay. Well, both the staff, which I'm very thankful you guys are sticking around. If you had.
We just are running out.
And
that solves our budget problem.
Ouch, ouch.
And mayor and council, including you, Josh. I think we need maybe about another 15 minutes. So honestly,
I bet it's 30.
okay, I bet.
Can we do the bio
We've reached the
breakdown?
part where we're
Let's-
getting silly, so that usually
I
means
think-
final 15.
Yeah.
Right. So let's,
I think I'm gonna have to step out because I was hoping to be home by now. Because I
Okay.
have other obligations.
okay.
If you just want me to tell you, public safety, yay. Community engagement, yay.
Okay.
Climate administrator, yay.
Okay.
I don't think I have anything specific, but we
Okay.
can talk later if you.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I was concerned about was the new topics that we had brought up, which is the community engagement and the tracking assessment thing. But yeah, if you're okay with what we come up with as a group, then.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard.
Maybe instead of round robining the rest of those, if people have lists, we could just quickly rattle off our lists.
Yeah. You need to take off now, go ahead. Right.
5 minutes for rattling.
Okay, all right, so can you hold on for 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, all right, so we'll get this done right now then.
Sorry.
Okay, so lightning round. Okay, so we might as well do all the topics. Climate plan administrator, anything? And it could be anyone.
Yes, and I don't know that they necessarily fit in this category. Maybe it expands the scope of climate plan administrator, but I think climate plan administrator is an awesome place to think about broader community outreach, because planning for climate change is going to require involvement from the whole community, which leads into my second topic, which is community resilience. Julian made a comment at our council meeting last week about community resilience as it related to our resolution. That has been in my brain. Well, it was in my brain before he said it, but it just is amplified in my brain and been rattling around since we had that conversation. I am super interested in mutual aid programs, emergency preparedness, neighborhood victory gardens, anything that can draw our neighborhoods together in a more tighter way. One of the things I find about what Shoreline did when they brought a community engagement manager in is they named their neighborhoods and they put signs up and they created an identity around each one of them so that there's a rallying point to bring people together. There's something in there that we need to explore. The second piece under climate plan administrator for me is I read a book during COVID called Freeing Energy by a guy named Bill Nuss that still rattles around my brain every freaking day of my life because it's transformational thinking. I want energy independence. I want every house in Lake Forest Park to have 30 kilowatts of batteries attached to it. I want us to own our electrical utility.
Okay, anybody else? Go ahead.
Same comment I made about mobility. I want us to be able to show performance. Like with the 002 fund, I want to be able to show the community, we hired the climate manager. Here are some things that hit the ground running. Here are some projects they've been able to accomplish. So what's the low hanging fruit?
I want to build a climate manager into NEMCO as part of kind of not into, but like them. So the NEMCO's idea of community resilience can pair nicely with our internal, look at you, climate coordinator.
That's fair. Thank you.
My husband will be very
And,
happy.
and my comment on this basically allied to what both Larry and Summer are saying, low hanging fruit. Basically setting up the climate management for success by immediately finding some grant that we can go out for. That will basically bring benefits to our city. Okay, so that's anything else on climate management? Okay, moving quickly ahead to community engagement. What do we got? Oh, sorry, public safety first, sorry.
Get a levy.
Yeah, right.
We're good, just need vehicles.
Okay.
All right,
Traffic cameras, mobile traffic cameras.
and then somehow staff to support all that.
Yeah.
By magically.
You'll be a millionaire.
Yeah.
Or a billionaire.
All right. Anything else on public safety besides traffic camera, staff, and levy? Okay.
I know that Andrews and Ellis working on this, we need to talk about safety with e-bikes. It's gotta be,
That's a good one.
it's gotta be key.
If I could add that, we've been creating a really robust traffic unit. I'm coming to you on Thursday about traffic motorcycle. And then the e-bike, is a little bit later, but I'm ready with all of the data on that. And that creates an entire traffic unit, in the police department. It's gonna be awesome.
Nice.
Can we start impounding all the line bikes that end up in our community that aren't supposed to be here and charge fees to get them
Create
back?
ordinances, they're not allowed, and then we'll give you something about it.
Okay.
Oh, we can do that.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
I actually
No
noticed the other
abandoned
day on the bird, they're gone.
That's
You know, where
because,
they're usually-
that's because they
They
now
ran
have
out of
been
battery
programmed, so
further
they're
out.
not allowed to run on those
Right.
routes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same on the University of Washington campus. You can't take a line bike onto campus. You hit the barrier, the
So that's a
geofence,
line
and
bike
it shuts itself down.
policy.
Yeah.
Nice, because I was sick of looking at it.
Just so you're aware, our friends in this community are trying to get us to shift over to supporting them. So policy decision that you'll have to think about.
Good luck.
Fair enough. I mean, for my part.
And it does connect to the conversation about that last mile to light rail or to BRT in time. Micromobility is part of that conversation, to be sure, but done right, not done haphazardly.
No, thanks, John. Short, sorry, I didn't see your hand. For my part, my concern is also basically about poaching. So in other words, having our safety, our law enforcement officers be poached by other municipalities that have more money than we do, and retaining basically our staff is so important. Yeah, so I don't know how we're going to address that, given that we don't have a whole lot of money. But the point is basically there are other things like maybe setting up these kinds of e-bike patrols that might basically be just a kind of a perk that keeps people with us. But think on that topic. Okay, moving on to community engagement. Oh, sorry, Larry.
On e-bikes, I'm willing to consider it. What I don't like are the flocks of e-bikes that are just lying on the ground.
Okay.
But we are a city with a lot of hills, and it can't be served by transit. And so giving people an option that, oh, you live at the top of a hill, you can use an e-bike to get home, that sort of thing. So I would like to consider a way to thoughtfully allow more e-bikes in the city in a way that doesn't endanger pedestrians, that doesn't clutter things up.
And I think also there's just, I think, legislation that's helping to define
About
which ones are actually
classes,
motorcycles.
class 1, 2, 3.
And so the reclassifications, I think just pairing anything we do with that new legislation would be very helpful.
I'm not sure it's gonna pass this.
I'm just gonna go with the hope.
Not gonna work. There's no way.
Yeah, under here.
Oh, Josh, sorry, go ahead.
On the public safety front, thing that I would add that's up on my list, going more emergency management end of it, is to make sure that we have an emergency shelter for heat and cold, and also for other large scale disasters. Some property that has emergency supplies cached and all the rest of it, and also working in terms of community resilience, like Matt was saying, having emergency supplies cached around the city, make sure that we have that the resources are there, that when whether it's a power outage or anything else that people are dealing with. I mean, knock wood, but one of these days there's going to be an earthquake, there's going to be other stuff. That communities should be able to be resilient until if roads are out, if water's out, if other things are bad.
I know Kevin has talked about a program like that, so there's already some thinking behind that, so it could be a low hanging fruit.
Right, and once we have the NEMCO thing sorted out, having Kevin come in and talk to us again would be a good idea.
Well, and this goes back to the study for City Hall and the fact that we just need to be resilient as a city. So if people need a warming place, we had a charging place.
Yep.
You could come and charge at City Hall, and it was very slow because we didn't have enough power from the generator, but people were cold. So
Order your hands at the outlets.
I literally bought, all joking aside, I went and bought everybody gloves, fingerless, and that's how cold it was.
Right.
And to literally work, and it helped. Everybody was like, I can't believe how much these gloves are saving my life right now. It was that cold in City Hall.
Oh, yeah.
Fashion victims, but quite effective.
But that may be also something to talk to the school district about and see if we can make arrangements with some of the schools so that there are things closer to home as well as City Hall.
I mean, heating and cooling, I would add a pool to the list. Public safety.
Yeah, totally.
Climate adaptation, pools are becoming more and more important to the communities.
That's ready.
Okay. Community engagement. Any thoughts on community engagement, especially the people who brought it up?
Well, I'm still a fan of something that's visually appealing, and I think that I'm going to stand by my mailers. I think that they're effective, but they have to be visually attractive, because a lot of times the stuff in the bills, it just, not unless it looks good or the bill is bigger, where it has something that stands out like orange red. But no, really.
Yeah. So I would
like to bring forth one of the magazines from here, and I'll show it to you, and you can see how they take advantage of it, and the community has buy-in in it, and they can post their little happy messages and pay for it. So it's not just a bleed out of the city; it's actually there's income producing from it.
I would be interested in building up more listening sessions with the community. Council, coffee with the council as more of just an information session, things like that have worked in the past in other cities and in our city. Just bringing all that back so that we have time to get one-on-one or 1-on-12 face with community.
If we do mayor and council coffees, I would like to see them not at City Hall.
Me too.
But if we do them all at City Hall, it kind of biases things in favor of the people who live right by town center.
Yeah.
So especially once the weather gets nicer, have roving coffees at various parks or other public locations.
Right, 100%. For instance, in your development, is there like a community space?
There's the playground and picnic benches, which nominally are owned by the HOA, but it's basically first come, first serve.
I mean, I find that to be the hardest thing, is just finding a space where you can do this.
It goes back to needing community
exactly
businesses.
Yeah.
Or civic center,
But I think that's also a place where I think it could be really valuable if it is possible to pull some of the money out of existing consultant contracts and just have more capacity in the city staff so that that knowledge stays in the city of like who's willing to offer their living room for something like that, or what are the places that work for it? We're a city, there's like 5 people in Lake Forest Park. If you know the right 5 people, you can reach everybody. And so rather than consultants having to learn that anew each time, if we had someone on staff who had an outreach plan, who was doing that outreach on a regular basis for all of these other purposes, uh, each one of them would be a lot less expensive and burdensome to do, and it would all feed in on itself and would just make all of the outreach more effective in the long run. So that's something that I would really like us to pursue is adding another outreach person and maybe paying for it with money out of some of the existing consultant budget.
Is it possible to do those at town center, upstairs? Because there's a lot
In
of
third
people.
place commons,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, because a
Take
lot,
a table.
because a lot of people drive in, even if they're further out in the extremities, they will drive in to do something because they go for coffee or to talk to somebody.
Businesses can invite us in. I mean, I think there's all different ways that we can run that kind of program.
And having something on the billboards or having other visual displays there, I think could be great because and something similar maybe at the parks or at other city properties around that people might encounter so that because yeah, I mean the beauty of Third Place Commons is that everyone winds up there eventually. You may not wind up there when the coffee is happening, but if there is something that you can just bump into and read and be caught up on things that are happening, that could be another way to do it for sure.
All right, guys, I'm already late. I'm glad I could stay a little longer. Thank you guys for being so
Thanks,
quick.
Emma.
Really appreciate
I
it.
want us to bring a technology platform like Front Porch Forum or Roundabout into Lake Forest Park and give up on all of the other social medias and have our own community social media platform that's built on one of those two. Or any other that anybody can find, but those are the only two I've been able to find out in the marketplace. Front Porch Forum is the application in Vermont that has 90% community participation in it. And it is an electronic version of the type of newsletter you're talking about. You pay for little ads, you can, it's really pretty amazing. I was able to get a login and participate for about a week before they figured out I didn't actually live in Vermont. I got kicked out of the community. But they are excellent tools that have worked really hard to manage all of the negative crap that comes along with social media out of the platform so that it truly becomes a community forum place where conversations that are neighbor to neighbor conversations and community wide and civic oriented can happen in those platforms.
Not a next door.
So
There's a police model of that as well, and it's completely our own city app, and I've explored it. It just costs quite a bit of money, and I've never had the budget to go.
Got it.
Pay council to use this, but it is very much exactly what you're talking about, ecosystem wise, and it would broadcast.
Is it curated and moderated?
yes, it's
Okay.
curated and
It has to
moderated. It's a once a day digest that goes out, except for emergency messages that then get passed through a moderator that approves them to go out. So it takes all of the political nipping at each other out of the dialogue and it turns it into a meaningful forum. So seeing how they have worked in the Northeast, I think there's a huge opportunity for a city of our size to be the first on the West Coast to do it.
I would love to see something like that. Right. Okay, anything else on community engagement?
Don't have an answer for this, but is there something we can do with channel 21?
Turn it off.
Yeah. Turn it off.
Let's just turn it off.
We have like
I
3
could talk
people who
about that
watch
forever.
it, I think. We don't even get data on it anymore, right?
I mean, can we get
Comcast.
data from Comcast on how many Comcast subscribers there are in our city? I'd be interested. Like, I know there's still a lot of people who use Comcast for internet service, but I don't think there's hardly anybody who uses it for television service anymore. There's one.
I'm the guy.
But-
I'm the one
But
guy.
take your phone out of your pocket and show that to us. and
You
we
watch
know why.
council
I'm
meetings
with
on
you.
channel 21?
You and me.
In fact, my wife would not know when I was coming home from council meetings except for that channel.
We do stream to
You
YouTube.
do, you do.
Yeah, live streamed on YouTube. Like,
Yeah, you
So
too.
we do. It's there already. 21's just redundant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's your answer. I mean, we're only keeping it right now because it essentially we've paid for it, so we might as well hold on to it. Or-
Pretty much.
Do we,
and,
we pay for that?
we do, and as part of the contract is some of the stuff we did during COVID.
Save money.
Well, it was a 5-year, it was a 5-year
Part of the
prepay, and at the
contract.
end of that, we will reevaluate for sure.
Okay.
Because we've, through Matt and Aaron, we found other ways to push out. At the time during COVID, it was, this is it, go, and we did it with our consultant, but now we have options.
Okay. All right, last topic, tracking programs and or assessment of programs. Yeah, you guys brought it up, so tell me what you want.
I did not bring that one
I
up.
brought that, I brought tracking up. I mean, I don't know what's available. I mean, for example, the, what do you call it? Oh my goodness. The traffic calming group, for example. I went to the traffic calming group page and I read through it, and then it showed me an application, and it showed me a GIS map, but I saw some things in there that it, didn't say the last date it was updated. So it says it's quarterly, but I don't know when it was last updated. And it seemed to me that there could be more of a publication that could be done that has tracking of those things that were, actually applied for and then accomplished. So then people would know, because we keep getting the same requests over and over in council. They have this request for this, and I know a lot of people send it to chief and then he sends it to the traffic calming group, but that's like going into a black hole. What happens to it? So I sent you my idea, and
So in other words, tracking the number of requests for this particular intersection, let's say, or whatever.
and rating that, and it gets rated for, and like you were the other topic about rating your scoring of requests, and then being able to publish something or have it available online where it's not a GIS map, because it was very hard, because it's a very specific thing, and it's good if you know how to work the GIS and what you're doing, but if you don't, then it would be a little bit more difficult. So it's even a spreadsheet that you could zoom, people seem to be able to zoom into a spreadsheet, so maybe the GIS could dump to a spreadsheet or some other format where it could be more easily, not to create work for staff.
No, I want you to keep talking, because our traffic engineer that we contract with Transpo Group is going to listen to everything you just said.
Okay, well, then why don't I send you what I sent Tracy?
That'd be fine.
Because
Yeah,
that's,
I'll get it to Brad.
yeah, that'd be great.
I guess I will pile on to that. I said I didn't bring this topic up, but now I'm going to. Along the line of tracking and all of that, City of Seattle has their app where you can go in and report a pothole or a homeless
Find it,
encampment,
fix it.
or find it, fix it.
Great.
City
Great.
Shoreline does something very similar. I think technology is the future. So those types of tools here in Lake Forest Park may be valuable for logging and tracking those types of things as well.
Even
We do have all of that traffic data. It's not in a black
Yeah.
hole. It's just,
Yeah.
it hasn't been displayed correctly.
Right, right.
So,
I know it's there.
it all comes down to money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Larry.
on the Seattle Find It Fix It app, it is nice that there's an app, there's an easy way for people to report things. I still think it's a black hole. I've made a lot of reports about crosswalk signals that are out, things like that. Never once got a response, and so it's just, I put this in, I just have to wait and see, maybe it gets fixed.
Right.
I
So
think what they track is more of homeless, because I drive through, and like the old bank building on the corner where the park was. I used to do a lot of Find It Fix It, and I always got a response.
I've never once gotten a response from Seattle.
We get a lot of complaints from Seattle City Light with their Find It, Fix It, things never being addressed, no feedback, no timelines given.
Well, that's Seattle City Light.
Because, yeah,
Reference my earlier comment.
yes.
Yeah, they are.
And then I end up being the point person for the residents to figure out what the hell.
He's
Seattle
an
City
expert in
Light
street
is.
lights.
I used the Shoreline version of it to report that pothole up at 25th and whatever that Rose was complaining about. I got a response back within a few hours of it.
I know we
which
have
said
an
that's-
online report form for public works.
I've used it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to
Fairly
take a look
effective.
at it.
I mean, all I report is graffiti on it, so, but yeah, but the graffiti's gone, so, well done,
That
thank
would
you.
be-
Yeah.
Every request that comes into the city, and then gets sent off to, sometimes it's traffic calming, sometimes it's public works and cleanup, sometimes it's the PD for extra patrol.
You're saying we do have a form already?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
but it's very generic. It needs to be very more technologically driven than it
And
is.
it goes back to our communication problem. Nobody does it.
Because I think, and it kind of gets to the sense of closing the circle that people can put the reports in, but they also need to
Get a follow-up.
understand that it's been followed up on,
Yeah.
whether it's to their liking or not, but they need that closure.
All right,
See-
any other comments?
The only topic that I didn't, off my list that I didn't talk about, and we did talk about it earlier related to the waste management contract. I don't think it's so much that people wish we had Recology. It's everybody wishes we had a Recology store. where
Yeah,
you
the
can-
services.
The recycle, what it comes down to is commercially compostable recyclables, which we're not allowed to put in our waste here in Lake Forest Park,
Yeah.
and better recycling options. So
Styrofoam, all those things.
You can
Yeah.
go to Recology. I've done it. They charge you an arm and a leg because you're not.
because you're not a resident.
Because you're not
Yeah.
a resident, yeah.
So how do we create that kind of service?
And I think that's
Can
a
it be
conversation maybe we have with Republic is, it's like, if you were to continue to be, is this a service you can provide?
I
And
mean,
talk
Rid-
to Waste Management and.
Ridwell costs $10 a month or whatever it is. Is there a way for Ridwell to become part of our waste management contract? So they may not do recycling themselves, but they provide the Ridwell box and Ridwell does all the pickup and it just becomes part of one utility bill. I don't know the answer to it, but better recycling and commercially compostable recyclable materials in our bins are two topics that are important to our community.
No more picking the forks out. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no more picking the ones. Okay, so thank you, everybody, for coming. I didn't know if the mayor had any last words they wanted to say.
Oh, no, hey, great discussion, you guys. Thank you for this. I mean, there's a lot to think about. I mean, honestly, this discussion on some of these topics, we could spend an entire day easily. And I know that well, there's sometimes when staff gets a little wide-eyed, and so we have, all of us as electeds have some great wild ideas, big, blue sky ideas, but at the same time, it's a lot to think about. And I think it's great to have those options, great to have the creativity. We all appreciate it very sincerely. And there's several topics in here that I sincerely hope that we will be able to have this kind of free form. I don't want to say free form, no disrespect to our facilitators, but a little bit more looser, open dialogue so that we can continue to ideate on what we need to do. It doesn't necessarily have to be, there's a certain amount of staff level that's basic that we have to have fundamentally in one of these open meetings, but also being able to talk through some of these things on a regular basis. I think it's essential. So, and that way, it also sort of sets the stage for that additional communication with the citizens in a more casual format as well.
Wonderful. You want to adjourn us then?
Happy to. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Leave you hanging there.